Please be seated.
Commissioner, I appear with Ms. Hager as Senior Counsel and with Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster.
With the Commission's leave, my name is Borski. I appear with Mr. Bender, Mr. Sheehan, who is an apology this morning, Ms. Crafty, and others for the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, the Zionist Federation of Australia, the National Council of Jewish Women Australia, the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, the Jewish Community Council of Victoria, the Australia-Israel Jewish Affairs Council, and the Door Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Borski. Mr. Sheehan's forgiven.
Commissioner, I appear with Mr. Randalls for the Commonwealth, who you have given leave to appear in this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Hertzfeld.
Commissioner, my name is Callan. I appear instructed by the New South Wales Crown Solicitor's Office on behalf of the State of New South Wales in accordance with a grant of leave previously communicated.
Thank you, Ms. Callan. Last Thursday, the Commission submitted its interim report to the Governor-General and the governors of each of the states. The focus of the report was on systemic aspects of our intelligence and law enforcement capacities. Those issues were raised by my third term of reference. Further aspects of that term, addressing the events leading up to the Bondi massacre, will be the subject of hearings commencing on the 25th of May. Today and over the next 2 weeks, the focus will be on my first term of reference, which requires investigation of the nature and prevalence of anti-Semitism in institutions and society. There are several strands to this first term. An important one requires me to assess the impact of anti-Semitism on the daily life of Jewish Australians with respect to their security, their physical and mental health and well-being. It's fitting that we begin by taking evidence from ordinary members of the Jewish community about their lived experience of anti-Semitism. Among the witnesses I expect that we will hear from this afternoon is Peter Halasz, OAM. Mr. Halas is a survivor of the Holocaust. He does the Commission the honour of his presence in the public gallery this morning, and I thank him for it. The sharp spike in anti-Semitism that we've witnessed in Australia has been mirrored in other Western countries and seems clearly linked to events in the Middle East. It's important that people understand how quickly those events can prompt ugly displays of hostility towards Jewish Australians simply because they're Jews. Displays of hostility that are sometimes expressed in images and sentiments that can be traced back to the Middle Ages, if not earlier. We've received numbers of submissions from Jews describing anti-Semitic incidents or courses of conduct, and many of their authors have been interviewed by solicitors from the Commission. A common concern they've expressed when asked if they're willing to give evidence is the fear that if they do, they'll be subjected to more hostile attention in person or online. I have no wish for this Commission to cause further distress to members of the Jewish community who are already feeling vulnerable in the wake of the Bondi atrocity. I have agreed that any witness who has any concerns for their security may give evidence under a pseudonym, and I have given a direction that no information that might enable a witness giving evidence under a pseudonym to be identified may be published. I emphasise that it is a criminal offence to contravene that direction. The faces of the witnesses who give evidence under a pseudonym, as you will appreciate, will plainly not be filmed. In the case of some witnesses, their experience of anti-Semitism is such that it would necessarily identify them, notwithstanding the giving of evidence under a pseudonym. In the case of those witnesses, I have agreed to take their evidence, and it is a rather smaller group, in a closed session. I thank all the members of the Jewish community who have already told their stories to the Commission, and I encourage those who have not yet made a submission to do so. We have assembled a team of analysts who review every submission that we receive, and each submission is referred by subject matter to our legal teams. That process will continue up to and following the date of closure for public submissions. We've extended that date to the 14th of June to maximise our reach in this regard. It's not too late for members of the Jewish community who wish to give evidence about their experience of anti-Semitism during a later hearing block to indicate their willingness to do so. I emphasise that no one making a submission will be pressured to give evidence if they don't want to do that. The Commission is interested in getting as full a picture of the lived experience of anti-Semitism as possible. Submissions can be lodged on the Commission's website online, or they can be sent to the Commission by email. This substantial body of material will serve to illustrate one aspect of the nature and extent of anti-Semitism in our society. That is not to suggest that forming an accurate assessment of the prevalence of anti-Semitism is any easy task. Later, during this first block of hearings, I anticipate that evidence will be adduced of the number of anti-Semitic incidents that have been reported to Jewish organisations in recent years, particularly since the 7th of October 2023. Reports from each of these organisations are channelled through to the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, and that council publishes a detailed annual report. The compiler of those reports will be giving evidence during this hearing. These reports track the rapid increase in complaints of anti-Semitism, particularly since late 2023. But they are far from a complete accounting, since many incidents go unreported. People might be surprised to learn how small the Australian Jewish community is. No doubt that's in part because of the outsized contribution Jewish Australians make in academic and professional life and in the arts and sciences. They tend to be very active in community and public life. The Jewish community is not monolithic, and there exist divisions of view amongst them about matters that include the politics of the Middle East. I'm conscious that some Jews and other members of the Australian community believe that the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's working definition of anti-Semitism it can be weaponised in order to suppress criticism of Israel. The Commission has received a number of submissions to this effect. At the conclusion of this inquiry, I'm asked to make recommendations to the Australian and state governments with respect to tackling anti-Semitism and strengthening social cohesion. Each of those governments has adopted the IRA definition, and I remain of the view that it makes sense that I adopt the same definition if my recommendations are to be of use to the Australian and state governments. As I indicated at the Commission's opening session, I consider that some of the criticisms of the IRA definition proceed on a misconception. The examples of conduct under that working definition that may constitute anti-Semitism are just that. In every case, the question of whether the conduct is to be assessed as anti-Semitic is considered in its overall context. I expect the application of the IRA definition will be fleshed out in the course of the evidence of witnesses in this first block of hearings, witnesses who have appropriate expertise. The Executive Council of Australian Jewry, the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, the Jewish Community Council of Victoria, the Zionist Federation of Australia, the National Council of Jewish Women, and the Australian Israel Jewish Affairs Council and the Door Foundation are represented by the same solicitors and counsel. Together, I'm satisfied that these organisations represent the majority of Australian Jews, and I've indicated my willingness to grant them leave to appear at the Commission's public hearings. At the hearing of this first block of evidence, I have granted limited leave to the Jewish Council of Australia, which represents a distinct but much smaller section of the Jewish community, to examine the expert witnesses giving evidence about the IRA definition and on the prevalence of anti-Semitic attitudes as reflected by surveys of the broader community. Counsel for the Commonwealth has been granted leave to appear on this block of hearings. The Commonwealth doesn't seek to examine any witness, but appears in order to observe and in recognition of the significance of the evidence to be given by the civilian witnesses. Counsel for the State of New South Wales has been granted leave on the same basis as the Commonwealth. The Commission will typically adopt standard court hours, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. with a 15-minute break at around 11:15 a.m. These hours are not inflexible. The evidence of experts based in the United Kingdom next week will be taken at a very early hour in each case to accommodate the time difference. This afternoon we will sit late to take the evidence of a doctor whose surgery hours prevent him attending before 4 p.m. I'll now call on Mr. Lancaster to open.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is the first day of hearing block 1 in which we propose to lead evidence that is directed to some of the central issues in term of reference A. We will examine the nature and prevalence of anti-Semitism in Australian society and hear from a broad range of witnesses about their experience of anti-Semitism. Over the next 2 weeks, hearing block 1 will focus on defining anti-Semitism, the nature of anti-Semitism in its historical and contemporary manifestations, lived experience of anti-Semitism and its impacts on Jewish Australians in various domains, and metrics for assessing the prevalence of anti-Semitism in institutions and society, including through incident reporting and survey data. Term of reference A also refers to the key drivers of anti-Semitism and government responses to it, but these issues will be explored in later hearing blocks. I will address in a moment some opening comments to the definition of anti-Semitism and its various manifestations. Ms. Hager will then provide an opening summary of some of the evidence that we expect to lead from witnesses in this block. Before that occurs, I'll take this opportunity to provide a general outline of the course of future hearings and evidence. Hearing block 2 will commence on the 25th of May and is expected to conclude by the 12th of June. That hearing block will involve evidence about the circumstances surrounding the attack at Bondi on 14 December 2025. The evidence in that tranche will include calling witnesses about issues that the interim report identified for further examination, including the conduct of intelligence and law enforcement agencies in the lead up to the attack in light of the terrorism threat level and the security environment. A third hearing block will address a number of case studies of the anti-Semitism that afflicts many parts of Australian society and will include a particular focus on institutions and industries that have been identified in numerous submissions as areas of particular concern. One such area is anti-Semitism in social media. The interim report recorded the warnings of intelligence and law enforcement agencies about the significant and continuing harm caused by the dissemination online of anti-Semitism and other forms of hateful speech, and the radicalisation that it may generate. Very many submissions to the Commission show a deep concern about online anti-Semitism, and the Commission will examine its nature, prevalence and drivers with the intention of making recommendations to identify practical and effective ways to address online hate. Another area to be examined in the third tranche is the prevalence and nature of anti-Semitism in Australian universities, how universities are addressing the problem and the ways in which responses to anti-Semitic incidents should be improved. Subsequent hearing blocks will include evidence addressing a variety of issues arising under the remaining terms of reference. There will be consideration of security arrangements at Jewish synagogues, Jewish schools and other events of the Jewish community. There will be evidence addressing improvements that might be put in place in guidance and training for government departments and agencies. There will be hearings on the drivers of radicalisation and mechanisms for de-radicalisation, and consideration of programs that might be added to existing processes for disengagement and intervention. And throughout that evidence, there will be a vigilant assessment of available ways to advance social cohesion. The current plan for future hearings also includes 2 weeks of evidence to be taken in sittings in Melbourne, which we anticipate occurring in around mid-July. May I add to the comments of the Commissioner about witness protection? The work of the Royal Commission has been greatly assisted by the willingness of many people to engage with the Commission and share their experiences of matters relevant to the Commissioner's terms of reference, including their direct experiences of anti-Semitism. Like the Commissioner, I also encourage members of the public to continue coming forward to share their stories. Some, though, have expressed concerns about being identified and the potential consequences for them and their families of engaging with the Royal Commission or giving evidence. We take these concerns seriously. In these circumstances, it is important to recognise the protections available to those who engage with the Commission. The Royal Commissions Act 1902 of the Commonwealth contains statutory protections for people who give evidence to it or who produce documents, information or a statement pursuant to a summons or other requirement of the Commission. For example, it is a criminal offence for a person to inflict any punishment, damage or disadvantage on any person who has appeared as a witness or who has produced a document or information pursuant to compulsory process. And, for example, if an employer sought to deter an employee from assisting us, that too may give rise to an offence. A number of witnesses will give evidence at this hearing under a pseudonym and are in connection with the hearing to be identified only by that pseudonym. Those witnesses' names and any information that may tend to identify them are the subject of a direction not to publish that has been made by the Commissioner under Section 6D(3) of the Royal Commissions Act. And it's a criminal offence to publish information in contravention of that direction. The Royal Commission will take seriously any situation in which it appears that a person engaging with the Commission suffers prejudice as a consequence of doing so. And the Commission will not hesitate to take steps within its powers to ensure that witnesses and those otherwise engaging with us are protected. The purpose of this first hearing block is to lead evidence to assist in understanding anti-Semitism and how it manifests in contemporary Australia. Anti-Semitism is commonly described as hatred, prejudice or discrimination directed at Jews. As the Commissioner has noted again today, governments and many institutions in Australia have adopted the IRA working definition of anti-Semitism, which defines anti-Semitism as a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews, and provides illustrative examples. Having a consistent working definition of anti-Semitism as a shared reference point is of assistance, particularly when individuals or institutions are engaged in the formal identification of anti-Semitic conduct, recording incidents and assessing the prevalence of anti-Semitism. There are other working definitions that have been adopted in some Australian contexts, such as the definition adopted by Universities Australia. But as they have accurately said, their definition aligns closely with the IRA definition. I should mention, in terms of consideration of the IRA definition in the context of legal proceedings, there's a useful consideration of the definition and its examples in a decision of Mr. Justice Chamberlain in the English courts in May 2025. For the witnesses who are courageously appearing to give evidence in this hearing block, any debate about definitions is not material. Each of them has been impacted by anti-Semitism, and the collective effect of their evidence will be a harrowing appreciation of the serious nature and wide incidence of anti-Semitism in contemporary Australia. The term anti-Semitism was coined in the late 19th century in 1879. It is now used to describe anti-Jewish prejudice across a very long history, including religious anti-Judaism in medieval Europe, cultural anti-Semitism born of resentment against the success of Jewish communities, and racial anti-Semitism in Nazi ideology with its devastating culmination in the Holocaust. A common question among thoughtful people of good conscience is this: how does anti-Semitism survive when the world saw 80 years ago where it leads? Rabbi Jonathan Sachs gave this answer: anti-Semitism is not a belief system, a coherent set of ideas. In the 19th and early 20th century, Jews were hated because they were rich and because they were poor, because they were capitalists and because they were communists, because they kept to themselves and because they got everywhere, because they were superstitious believers and because they were rootless cosmopolitans who believed nothing. Anti-Semitism is not a belief, it is a virus, and like a virus, it mutates. Many commentators have written and spoken extensively about these mutations of anti-Semitism. Religious, cultural, and racial anti-Semitism all persist. But one of the tasks of this hearing block is to identify and assess the current character of anti-Semitism in Australia. To assist the Commission and the community in better understanding anti-Semitism, expert reports will be tendered and experts will be called to give evidence next week to address some aspects of their written reports. One aspect of the inquiry into modern anti-Semitism is to identify when anti-Zionism becomes anti-Semitism. Zionism is the belief in the Jewish people's right to self-determination in their ancestral and biblical homeland of Israel, a right that was achieved by the creation of the State of Israel in 1948. For many Australian Jews, this is a core value. Some of the examples in the IRA definition suggest that, depending on the overall context in which words are spoken or other conduct occurs, it could be anti-Semitic to deny that right to self-determination, or to express hatred toward individual Jews or Jewish people as a community on the basis of perceived loyalty to Israel above all else, or to attribute to Jews generally a collective responsibility for the actions of the State of Israel. A further aspect of this is that current Australian political and social commentary undoubtedly displays many instances of very strongly expressed criticism of the polarising actions of Israel's current government. We anticipate that the experts will assist in understanding the ways in which and the circumstances in which legitimate criticism of government action is to be distinguished from anti-Semitic attribution of collective fault to Jews generally or to Zionists generally. One of the experts to be called is Dr. Dave Rich, who is the Director of Policy at the Community Security Trust in London and is a Research Fellow at the London Centre for the Study of Contemporary Anti-Semitism. As he will describe, anti-Semitism can manifest in extreme forms as violent hate crime or terrorism, though most anti-Semitism expressed through ideas, stereotypes and beliefs rather than violence. It is not limited to overt acts, it includes underlying patterns of thought and recurring narratives about Jews. Dr. Rich describes how many contemporary anti-Semitic ideas draw on myths and tropes that have persisted for centuries, drawing on a set of core recurring anti-Semitic stereotypes. These include portrayals of Jews as dangerous, conspiratorial, uniquely powerful, disloyal to their countries of residence, and responsible for major social or political harms. These often contradictory themes, he says, are applied to Jews collectively, to individual Jews, to Jewish institutions, or to Israel and Zionism when these are treated as expressions of supposed Jewish traits. The Commission will also hear from Dr. Daniel Allington. Dr. Allington is Senior Associate Fellow at the Counter-Extremism Group. He's also a reader in social analytics at King's College London. He describes modern anti-Semitism as rooted in beliefs and attitudes, including recurring fantasies of hidden Jewish power, which he characterises as part of a long-standing cultural tradition rather than a transient prejudice. Dr. Rich and Dr. Allington are based in London, and their evidence will be given by AVL in the second half of next week, which will require the Commission to sit outside of regular hours. A number of other witnesses with great knowledge and experience in identifying and describing anti-Semitism will also be called, and Ms. Hager will identify them shortly. Today you will also hear moving evidence from Mr. Peter Halasz, who reflects on the Bondi attack and anti-Semitism in modern Australia, and asks the Commission to make a genuine effort to understand how a country like Australia arrived at this point. That is certainly what this hearing block of evidence is trying to achieve. Ms. Hager will now address the Commission.
As we've heard, the terms of reference call for an investigation into the nature and prevalence of anti-Semitism, as well as an assessment of its impact on Jewish Australians. And aside from calling experts on the meaning of anti-Semitism, as Mr. Lancaster outlined, we'll approach this in three key ways. First, by calling evidence from Jewish Australians to speak about their experience of anti-Semitism. And we've tried to collect that evidence across a broad cross-section of the community, different age groups, geographic areas, and across different facets of life, including work, school, sport, and the arts. While trying to give an overview of people's experiences of anti-Semitism, we of course recognise that the Jewish community is a diverse one, made up of people with different beliefs, views, and backgrounds. They all experience anti-Semitism differently, and none of the evidence we lead is intended to flatten or homogenise the Jewish community's experience in any way. The second way is by calling evidence from individuals who can give more of a bird's eye overview of anti-Semitism owing to their roles as community leaders. This includes Gillian Segal, the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, Peter Wertheim, the co-CEO of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, and Jeremy Liebler, who's a partner at Arnold Bloch Liebler, a law firm which has acted for many Jewish Australians subjected to anti-Semitism in the workplace and other parts of their lives. He's also the president of the Zionist Federation of Australia. We will also be calling rabbis, school principals, and those who work in medical and aged care who can give a perspective on the issues faced by their congregants, students, and clients. We do not suggest that these individuals can speak for all Jewish Australians, but given their extensive interaction with members of the Jewish community over time, and given it's simply not possible for the Commission to call every single member of the Jewish community who's made a submission, these witnesses are helpful in giving an overview of some of the stories that they've heard. Several of them will also speak of their own experiences of anti-Semitism and that of their families. We anticipate more community leaders will give evidence in later hearing blocks on certain issues. The third way is by calling evidence from those who've collected data about and who've conducted surveys of anti-Semitic incidents and sentiments in recent times. Julie Nathan from ECAJ, Professor Andrew Marcus from Monash University, Shirley Leader from the National Council of Jewish Women Australia, and Andre Oberla from the Online Hate Prevention Institute. I'll come back to explain their evidence shortly. The Commission has also received thousands of submissions dealing with the nature and prevalence of anti-Semitism and its impact. It's not possible to call all of those people to give evidence, but the Commission is continuing to gather statements for the purposes of later hearings, for example, in the education sector and the online environment, as Mr. Lancaster mentioned, and will continue to receive submissions until 14 June. I want to assure everyone who's given a statement or made a submission that it will be read and considered by the Commission, even if you're not ultimately called to give evidence. And I echo, Commissioner, the gratitude you've already expressed to those people for being willing to share their story. I anticipate the evidence we will hear will illustrate the following about the nature and prevalence of anti-Semitism and its impact. The first point to note is that anti-Semitism is not new. As Mr. Lancaster explained, it's recognised as one of the society's oldest hatreds and has existed in one way or another for centuries. However, the Hamas attack on Israel on 7 October 2023, during which 1,200 Israelis were murdered and 250 were taken hostage, marked a significant turning point for anti-Semitism in Australia. In the immediate aftermath of that attack, on 9 October, a demonstration took place in the forecourt of the Sydney Opera House, where its sails had been lit up in the colours of the Israeli flag in solidarity with the victims and Israeli and Jewish communities. In a time when those communities were in a period of deep mourning, some participants in that protest chanted, "Fuck the Jews," or "Where are the Jews?" And we'll hear evidence about that event and the fear and anxiety it created in the community. Since that time, there have been a number of anti-Semitic incidents, some of which have been widely reported in the media, and we'll hear evidence from some of the people directly affected by those events. These have included, in February 2024, the doxing of 600 Jewish creatives who joined a private WhatsApp group. Doxing refers to the publication of personal details, such as names, phone numbers, without consent, and in this instance, participants' names, businesses, work details, and pictures were published alongside comments they'd made in the WhatsApp group, which made them vulnerable to online abuse, amongst other things. Later that year came what has been described as the Summer of Terror, which included the arson attack on the Adass Synagogue in Melbourne, another arson attack on a kosher catering business in Bondi, a car being torched and cars and buildings targeted with anti-Israel graffiti in Wallara, a suburb with a high concentration of Jewish residents, Alawa and Newtown synagogues being defaced with anti-Semitic and anti-Israel graffiti, an arson attack on the former home of Alex Ryvchin, the co-CEO of ECAJ, and we'll hear evidence from him about that incident. The discovery of a caravan containing explosives in Dural, capable of causing a mass casualty event, with documents suggesting that they were intended for an anti-Semitic attack. While it was later reported to be a fabricated terrorist plot, the fact that the event was designed to create fear in the Jewish community is deeply alarming. In November 2025, the neo-Nazi National Socialist Network rally outside New South Wales Parliament carrying the banner "Abolish the Jewish Lobby" occurred. And of course, tragically, in December 2025, the attack at Bondi. This dramatic rise in anti-Semitic incidents since October 7 is illustrated by the data and survey evidence which the Commission has received. As the Commissioner noted, ECAJ has been collecting data on anti-Semitic incidents and anti-Semitic discourse for over 30 years. This information is collected and published in an annual anti-Semitism report, and Julie Nathan from ECAJ will be called to explain how it's produced. Subject to hearing that evidence, what the reporting shows over time is that anti-Semitic incidents have been rising since 2015. A record 2,062 incidents were recorded by ECAJ in the year 1 October 2023 to 30 September 2024, which represented a 316% increase on the previous year, which recorded 495 incidents, which had represented the peak up to that point. That's a remarkable increase in a short period of time. The incident reporting catalogues already mentioned. It's important to note that these numbers are not exhaustive of all anti-Semitic incidents in the country. The Commission will hear evidence about hesitancy in reporting, as well as the fact that ECAJ's incident data does not include instances of online hate. In relation to survey evidence, we'll also hear from Andrew Marcus, a professor at Monash University and the author of the Crossroads report from October 2025, which surveyed the attitudes of Australians towards Jews and Israel. And we'll hear from Shirley Leader, the Vice President of the National Council of Jewish Women of Australia, which conducted a survey of Jewish women from December 2025 to February 2026. And as I mentioned, Andre Oberla from the Online Hate Prevention Institute will also be called to speak to his survey of anti-Semitic incidents online. Of course, it's one thing to talk about numbers. Numbers are useful, but they don't fully explain what's happening on the ground or how it's impacted Jewish Australians. The Commission will also hear evidence from ordinary Jewish Australians to obtain a picture of how anti-Semitism has manifested in recent times. I've already mentioned some of the widely reported incidents, but through statements and submissions, we've heard many news stories of Jewish Australians going about their daily lives and being exposed from everything from overt verbal attacks to more flippant and casual and subtle anti-Semitism, which is not directed at anyone in particular necessarily, but is nevertheless deeply traumatic for the Jewish community to witness. On the overt end of the spectrum, we'll hear from Nir Golan, a Jewish man who was on his way to a bus stop on Oxford Street in Bondi Junction wearing a kippah. A man approached him, called him a dirty Jew, performed Nazi salutes and directed a gun finger gesture towards him. This occurred in broad daylight in a busy public space. One bystander intervened to try to help. The large crowd nearby did nothing. He was deeply disturbed by this event. It left him feeling isolated and exposed in his own neighbourhood. He describes this event as the beginning of a sustained deterioration in my sense of safety in Australia. Such overt abuse is not just by adults towards adults. We'll also hear stories of children being subjected to such abuse in public spaces simply for being recognisably Jewish. The perpetrators of that abuse have been both adults and children. In one terrible incident, one school student told a Jewish student on a public bus that Hitler should have gassed them all. We've heard stories of counsellors who've not identified themselves as Jewish, increasingly witnessing clients making anti-Semitic remarks, not directed at them, but expressing their hatred and suspicion of Jews generally. We've heard stories of school students using dirty Jew as an insult, regardless of the target's faith or background, or fucking Jews being used as a curse word. We'll also hear of the more nuanced forms of anti-Semitism. A teacher at a Jewish school will tell us about an excursion to a museum in Melbourne where students from another school yelled "Free Palestine" at his students, seemingly because they were visibly Jewish. Of course, the mere use of that phrase, say in a protest outside Parliament House, is not of itself anti-Semitic. But yelling it at close quarters to a young Jewish child wearing their uniform on a school excursion is quite a different thing. Like other similar incidents we've heard of, this sort of conduct purports to hold any and all members of the Jewish community responsible for the actions of the government of Israel. One can imagine the impact these incidents have on those who experience them and their families and support networks. We've heard stories of people taking steps to mask their Jewish identity in public so as not to make them vulnerable to attack. Some avoid travelling to the CBD and many feel unsafe in public spaces. One mother expressed her fear that her children are growing up in an environment where Jewish identity must be guarded, where visibility feels risky, and where hatred is louder and more emboldened than ever. Experiences of anti-Semitism change the way the Jewish community think, feel, and move throughout the world. Many members of the Jewish community have ancestors who died in or survived the Holocaust, and that intergenerational trauma they carry can magnify that anxiety and fear. They wonder if history is repeating itself. On occasion, we've heard of fellow Australians trying to intervene in anti-Semitic incidents and showing solidarity for Jewish Australians. We've heard one story of an Indian Australian getting out of his car to confront a carload of men hurling anti-Semitic abuse at a family with young children on the streets of St Kilda. Those sorts of stories, while heartening, have been in the minority. I should note that the point of hearing these stories in this hearing block is not to make adverse findings against particular individuals or organisations accused of anti-Semitic conduct, and for that reason, where possible, the witnesses have not named or otherwise identified those responsible. Instead, the purpose of adducing this evidence is, as I identified earlier, to understand the nature and prevalence of anti-Semitism and its impact. Later hearings may have a different focus. Hopefully, by hearing this evidence, the Commission and the public will grow to understand the nature and extent of the problem. That will inform subsequent consideration of the appropriate responses to it. It will also, I hope, help the Australian public to understand and empathise with the experience of Jewish Australians. Understanding and empathy is one key step towards combating the scourge of anti-Semitism and to building a more harmonious society.
Thank you, Ms. Hager. As I indicated not long ago, the Commission proposes to be flexible about our sitting hours, and as a sign of how true I am to my word, I'm proposing that we take a short break now that will constitute the morning tea adjournment, and after that we will proceed to hear the witnesses in order without further interruption until the lunch break. Thank you. Please be seated. Yes, Ms Hager.
Commissioner, the first witness I call is Sheina Gutnick.
Will you be giving an oath or an affirmation? Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence that you should give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Say I do.
Please take a seat.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms Hager.
Could you just confirm your full name for the record, please?
Sheina Gutnick.
And I confirm your address is known to the Royal Commission, and your occupation is Australian Public Affairs Officer at the Combat Antisemitism Movement, correct? And you've prepared a statement for the Commission dated 1 May 2026, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a copy of that statement in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, it is stat dot 8999 dot 0041 dot 0001 underscore R. You could please bring that up on the monitor. Is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief, Ms Gutnick?
It is.
I tender that statement. That will be Exhibit 1-1.
Yes.
Ms Gutnick, in your statement you tell us a little bit about your childhood and your family history. You're Jewish and were raised in an Orthodox Chabad family and community, is that right?
Correct.
For those who are watching who might not be familiar with Chabad, could you tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. So the Chabad movement is based on the ideas of Chachma, Bina, and Dad, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. It is shares commonalities with other strands of Orthodox Judaism, primarily a commitment to abide strictly by Jewish laws and customs, but it is also set apart by its emphasis on outreach and its engagement with non-Orthodox Jews.
Ms Gutnick, could I just ask you to speak a little bit louder
Sure.
for us, please? Thank you. And you also say that you went to Jewish schools while growing up, is that right?
That's correct. I first attended Kessetara College in Sydney and then moved to Melbourne, where I attended Beth Rivka Ladies College, both Orthodox Jewish day schools.
And what sort of part did your Jewish identity play in growing up?
So it has been central to my upbringing, my family life, education, and community involvement. I observe Orthodox Jewish practice. I'm actively involved in Jewish, communal, and educational life through teaching, mentoring, volunteer work, and community education.
All right. And you also explain in your statement a little bit about your family history, so your grandparents and great-grandparents who lived in the Soviet Union. What did they tell you about their experiences there?
I always grew up hearing from stories on both my mother's and father's side where my grandparents had to keep their Judaism in secret under the cruel establishment of the USSR. Being Jewish was dangerous, the identity that they held, and they always practiced their Jewish customs in secret. And then my father, Reuven Morrison, fled to Australia from the Ukraine at 14 years old. He was deeply proud to have moved to Australia and been an Australian citizen, and grateful for a nation that welcomed Jews when so many others turned them away at that time.
And of course your father, Reuven, tragically died in the Bondi attack.
That's correct.
He met your mother at Bondi, is that right?
Correct. My parents were both young refugees from the USSR. They had met in the mid-1980s on Bondi Beach.
And so certainly at one time Bondi was a very special place for you. How do you feel about it now?
Bondi holds many complicated and conflicting feelings for me currently. It was somewhere where my parents had started their history together, somewhere I had spent many days of my childhood. I have beautiful memories there with my family. I had actually spent a lot of time there with my children, myself, during school holidays. And now Bondi holds a really, really heavy weight in our community's heart.
In your statement, you describe some of the personal experiences of anti-Semitism that you've had. Would you like to tell us a little bit about those? And if you're more comfortable reading from, say, about paragraphs 10 of your statement, feel free to do so.
Thank you. On several occasions in both Sydney and Melbourne in the last 2.5 years, I have witnessed cars driving past on main roads with passengers shouting, "Free Palestine," followed immediately by "F the Jews." This is not political expression, but explicit, targeted hatred and designed to intimidate. My child was scheduled to undergo surgery shortly after the widely publicised incident involving nurses at Bankstown Hospital. During that time, I felt genuinely terrified about entering the hospital system. I was frightened about who would be responsible for her care, whether any staff involved might hold hostile views towards Jewish people, and whether that hostility would affect the standard of care she received or placed at her risk of negligent harm. In December 2024, I was walking through Westfield Bondi Junction holding my 12-month-old baby. A man pointed at my Star of David necklace and called me an effing terrorist. I felt shocked, exposed, and unsafe. There were many people around me, but no one intervened. Because I was holding my baby, my first instinct was to avoid any confrontation and get away safely. It left me feeling deeply vulnerable, as though even in a busy public place, I could be targeted for being visibly Jewish and still be completely alone.
I might just pause you there and ask, you've said in your statement that all of those incidents have fundamentally changed how you move through the world. Could you just explain that for us a little bit more and how that impacts you and your family on a day-to-day basis?
Of course. As a mother, I'm constantly weighing up the risk of exposing to my children to environments where they may be witness or subject to anti-Semitism. This includes going on public transport, attending festivals, events, museum exhibitions within the city, and unfortunately this is not based on just fear alone, but on real life, multiple incidences and occurrences that have occurred to very close friends of ours. I constantly weigh up where I can pick up a click and collect order from based on the suburb it's in, due to real life attacks that have occurred in certain places within Australia.
I can only imagine what that is like as a parent, on top of all the other responsibilities and stresses that parenthood brings, having to make that kind of day-to-day assessment. What sort of impact does that have on you emotionally and mentally?
Emotionally, I want to instill my children with as much pride for their Jewish heritage, but at the same time have a very real life awareness of what goes on in public spaces and places. I know there are certain shopping centres that we need to avoid due to protests that have taken place there in the past, due to multiple events or incidences that have been recorded, and unfortunately this has heavily impacted our freedom of movement within Australia.
You also, in your statement, talk about the sorts of anti-Semitism you've experienced in your professional capacity, working as part of the Combat Anti-Semitism movement, particularly online. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I have received and seen hundreds of comments, including people stating in response to posts that both I and the organisation, Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, that I should have been killed in the Bondi attack, calls to kill Israelis, comments celebrating violence against Jews, as well as claims that attacks against the Jewish community are false flags staged by Jews themselves for attention or sympathy.
And how do you manage that sort of online hate? Do you have processes in place for dealing with that, deactivating the social media accounts when necessary, or that sort of thing?
I have placed a lot of restrictions on my personal social media, but due to my public nature with the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, it's just about monitoring who is making those comments and weighing up the risks that they pose individually.
And do you yourself monitor those comments, or do you have somebody else do that for you to take the weight off you?
There are those that monitor those comments, but unfortunately I am exposed to the vast majority of them.
You've also included some reflections in your statement about life after 14 December and the sort of rhetoric that you've observed. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that?
I saw widespread claims online and within the media that the attack was not anti-Semitic. I saw people trying to excuse and justify the events as only anti-Zionist, and we know that misinformation spreads quickly online, driven by influencers and commentators with agendas, presenting distortions as fact and embedding a growing acceptance of narratives that excuse, minimize, or even promote violence against Jewish people.
And in your opinion, has there been a shift in the rate of anti-Semitism in Australia after the events of October 7?
Absolutely. Personally, I saw a massive shift post-October 9th, 2023. Growing up within Australia, unfortunately, we were always aware of the presence of anti-Semitism, but it did not play such a massive role in our lives that it does now. From that point onwards, I felt as though anti-Semitism was being allowed to come into the open. That was completely unprecedented. All of a sudden, it was socially, morally acceptable for anti-Semitic comments to be made in public discourse and impact behavior towards Jewish people. And this has shifted in such a massive way that has been deeply alarming for all community members.
In your statement, you also make a number of recommendations for change, and I was particularly interested in the first one, a strong focus on education. That's something we've heard so often throughout the course of this commission. Can you just explain why you think that's important?
Education around anti-Semitism, Jewish identity, and real-world consequences of hatred should be embedded early before hateful attitudes are formed and normalized. This should include building critical thinking skills so that students are better equipped to assess information, question sources, and recognize misinformation. I'd like to add, I think that is incredibly important given the rise of social media and misinformation that is very easily presented as fact.
And of course, you've made a number of other recommendations that I can assure you the Commission will be reading and considering closely. At the end of your statement, you've included what you've called a number of reflections on the Jewish spirit. Would you like to tell us more about that?
I think about our history as a Jewish nation. The attack at Bondi occurred on the first night of Hanukkah, a festival which tells a story of Jews being told they could stay, but only if they abandoned who they were. A small group refused. They fought not only for land, but for identity and faith. And when they won, they didn't celebrate with power. They lit a flame, a small, unwavering light in a desecrated space. This is our story. We answer darkness with light. We light menorahs at home and put them in our windows and door frames so that the light shines outward into the world. Our message now remains the same. Our identity does not bend to outside pressure. We are guided by the Torah, a moral and eternal guide for life. I would also like to say that I am deeply grateful to the many Australians of all backgrounds and faiths who have stood beside our community with compassion and decency, not only in the aftermath of Bondi, but always. We are proud Australians, and this is our home.
Thank you, Ms. Gutnick. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gutnick.
You can step down.
Yes, Ms. Hager.
Commissioner, the next witness has been allocated a pseudonym, AAK,
Yes.
and they will be appearing remotely via AVL, but their face will not be shown, only the audio. And as with all witnesses who've been allocated a pseudonym, there's an order in place prohibiting their name or identifying information being made public. So I now call that witness AAK.
Yes.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Sorry, one moment.
Once the link to the witness is established, it would be helpful if the camera were on counsel.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
Yes. I do.
This is Counsel assisting the Royal Commission. My name is Ms Hager. As you know, you've been allocated a pseudonym AAK, and I'll refer to you in that way, if that's convenient.
Yep.
I confirm that your address is known to the Commission, and you've prepared a statement for the Commission signed on 1st of May 2026. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of that statement with you?
Yes.
And is it still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender that statement. It is stat.899.0049.002, and it will be Exhibit 1-2.
Yes.
Yes.
In your statement, you tell us a little bit about your family history, and that both of your grandparents are Holocaust survivors. Can you tell us a little bit more about their story?
Sure. I'll keep it brief, but I have both my grandfather and my grandmother on my father's side, also on my mother's side, but that's a different story, were Holocaust survivors. So in fact, all four grandparents of mine were Holocaust survivors. My father's parents came to Australia in the 50s, and my grandmother was in Auschwitz as a teenager, and my grandfather has quite a long story of being forcibly drafted in the army, in forced labour, eventually managed to escape. My grandparents met back in Europe and moved to Australia as a young couple.
Thank you for that. And your father's family moved to Bondi and lived in Sydney for the remainder of their lives, you say, enjoying happy Sundays at Bondi Beach.
Yes, very much the case.
And you also say that in your professional life you're proudly Jewish in part because you understand many Australians have never met a Jewish person. Is that right?
Yes, I had a number of experiences as a teenager travelling with my family in rural Australia, where I realised that some of the people we encountered just in motels on the beach on the coast of, Queensland had never met a Jewish person in their life. And when I started my corporate career, I made it a value of mine to always be unapologetically Jewish and always open to questions from people for that very reason. And many of my colleagues had either never met a Jew or had met less than 5 Jews in the course of their careers.
You also go on to describe in your statement how the events of October 7 impacted you and your family. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. So I am an Orthodox Jew, and I found out about October 7th in the synagogue. We were celebrating the holiday at the time, and it was a very difficult few weeks. As I put in my statement, I couldn't eat properly for weeks. I lost weight. This was not a unique experience to me. This was the experience of many of my peers, family, friends. It was deeply traumatic, what happened on October 7th, and had a deep impact on our lives.
And of course then you had an experience of the protests that took place on October 9. Can you tell us first about this email that you received on that day?
Sure. So on October 9th, which was the first day back at work after the holiday and after October 7th, I went to work in around the middle of the day or early afternoon. I don't recall exactly the time. I got an email that was sent by one of the Jewish organizations that a protest was planned and suggested that if it was possible to leave the CBD earlier that day. This was sent to my personal email account. I was on mailing list for several Jewish organizations local to Australia. And as a result of that email, I did leave the office early. It was incredibly disconcerting. I was working near Town Hall at the time, and the protest started just 2 or 3 blocks from our office.
So you had to go past Town Hall on the way home. What did you observe when you got there?
So I managed to leave the office early. I was lucky that it was still, we had only partially returned to work, and so managing that was not as complex as it would have been today. So I walked from my office, which is near World Square in Sydney, towards Town Hall. The protest was in its very early iterations. There were maybe 50 to 100 people there. I was passing just as the Welcome to Country was happening. I stopped for a few minutes to observe and just understand what was happening, and very quickly I began to feel incredibly uncomfortable. And felt that I shouldn't be there, and it wasn't a safe place to be a Jewish person. And so I continued on to Town Hall and made my way home.
And at that stage, was there any sort of chanting or the like that you observed?
No, it was very early on. It was the very end of the Welcome to Country ceremony.
Yeah. And so you say it made you feel very uncomfortable. Can you put your finger on why you had that feeling?
I found myself standing next to a couple of middle-aged men and looking around me at the people, and I had a sense that this could become very uncomfortable very fast. There weren't any clear signs of what was to come later that evening, but there were Palestinian flags, and it was clear that this was going to be a passionate affair for the attendees. And as a Jewish person, we've had many generations of discrimination, and there is a bit of a sixth sense when things are going to be potentially uncomfortable or even dangerous for us. And I just started feeling a rush of adrenaline and a really strong feeling that it wasn't the right place to be a Jewish person.
And you refer at this part of your statement to the fact that your grandmother had suffered in the Holocaust and afterwards due to its impacts. Do you think that family history in any way magnifies the sort of anxiety you feel when confronted with scenes like this?
Absolutely. There is a level of affinity and closeness to the past, and both myself and many Jewish people who are descendants of Holocaust survivors are keenly aware that anti-Semitism can start quite innocuously and very quickly become quite escalated and dangerous. So certainly that history, we were always taught to be aware of our surroundings from when I was a little child, to listen carefully to the things that were said around us, and just know that even though we lived in a wonderful country, things could turn quickly, and we had to be aware of what was happening around us.
And while you yourself didn't observe this on the day, you now know the sorts of chants that were shouted at the Opera House later that day. What sort of impact did it have on you and those around you hearing about those events afterwards?
So in the first instance, I immediately felt relief that I had left the city early, and I have a number of friends that worked in Circular Quay, and so I would often be down there, and I was very grateful that I wasn't there that evening. Myself and others were also not necessarily surprised that it had ended in a way that turned really intense, but we were incredibly disappointed that the police hadn't stepped in at a point before things got as bad as they did, and myself and many others were very close, a little bit in shock that we were witnessing flags being burnt at the Opera House, which is such an un-Australian thing to see, and it was deeply disappointing. It was also the conversation at the time was very much centered around if we could see this happen so close to October 7th and no one had stepped in at the time to stop what was happening at the Opera House and the scenes that we know so well today, where would we go from here? How would it get better after we had seen flags being burnt at the public icon that is the Opera House?
And how did you feel returning to the Sydney CBD and returning to your office the following day?
So with a level of trepidation, I was a little bit nervous, but at the same time, I recall feeling that me and my people and my family are Australians. We have a history in this country. The city is a place I come to every day. I love it. And I'm not going to let these protests stop me from showing up to work and being part of, my day-to-day life.
And do you still have any level of anxiety coming into the Sydney CBD, or has that abated for you now?
Certainly not on a day-to-day basis. I haven't seen protesters that often in the Monday to Friday. I have found myself there on a weekend during protests, and I very quickly move through the CBD and don't really want to be around them, if that is the case.
Yep. Then towards the end of your statement, you include some reflections after the Bondi attack. Can you talk us through your thoughts and feelings on that topic?
Sure. In my statement, I wrote that I had lost a close friend of mine after October 7th because she very much had the opinion that wouldn't I want to see peace for the entire world? And I responded, of course I do. But I don't think she understood that, protests like we were witnessing in 2023 and 2024 and even after could very easily lead to incredibly dangerous things for our people and for my people. And as a result of that, we parted ways. So one of the things I tried to articulate to her during that time was that the protests seem innocuous. And of course, all people want peace for the world, but they end up with Jewish people being hurt. And even years ago, I was clearly articulating to her that it seems fine, but one day someone is going to get hurt and someone might get killed. It took 3 years, but sadly, after the events of the 14th of December, my words did become devastatingly true. So after the massacre in Bondi, this same friend who I hadn't heard from in years texted me to tell me that she loved me and to check in. At the time, I responded and I told her that dead Jewish people don't need love. Alive Jewish people need people to listen to us when we tell them we feel like history is repeating itself. And those are still my thoughts on the matter.
Thank you.
Jews who are alive and living in Sydney, Australia, and in Australia generally, we have been saying for a number of years that what's been happening has made us feel unsafe, and we need other people to listen to us.
AAK, thank you for giving your evidence today. Commissioner, I have no further questions of this witness.
Yes, I would like to thank the witness too. Thank you. You are now excused.
Thank you.
Ms Phillips will be calling the next witness.
Yes, Ms Phillips.
Commissioner, the next witness is present in the hearing room and they will be giving evidence under a pseudonym, AAL, if I can call that witness.
Very well.
Make your way to the hearing box.
Will you be giving an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Do just sit down.
You've been assigned the pseudonym AAL in relation to your evidence today, and your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a statement to the Royal Commission dated the 1st of May 2026.
That's correct.
And for the record, Commissioner, that has doc ID stat.899.0048.0001. So are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
I tender that statement, Commissioner.
Yes. So that will be Exhibit 1-3.
You're Jewish,
I am.
and you came to Australia in the 1980s with your then young family,
Correct.
and you emigrated from South Africa.
Yes.
And at paragraph 8 of your statement, if you've got it there, you've said that by that time you had established business interests in the United States, the United Kingdom, in Europe and in Asia, and that you could have emigrated to any number of countries. Can I ask why it was that you chose to come to Australia?
Well, that's really interesting. I had a business in all over the world. We were on our way to America, and my wife has a brother who emigrated to Australia earlier. And she said, well, why don't we go and visit him? And I said, oh, why do we need to go to Australia? It's the arse end of the world. Why do we go there? She says, no, let's go and visit him. And we came to visit, and when we arrived at the airport, it wasn't the way it looked now. And that reaffirmed my view. This is backwater. And we drove across the Harbour Bridge, which was through Riley Street in those days. There wasn't a nice entrance to the Harbour Bridge. And as we were crossing the Harbour Bridge, the sun came out. We stopped off on the other side near Kirribilli. She looked at me, I looked at her, and I said, why are we going to the States? This is the place to be. We've learnt a lot about Australia. It was a free country. It seemed to establish the same values that we had. I was very involved in politics in South Africa, anti-apartheid. I was an activist at university, and Australia just seemed to me to be the place to bring up a family. And it didn't disappoint us.
You believed after you settled here that your family had made the right choice?
Absolutely.
And what do you feel that the country has given to you and your family over the years?
The most amazing opportunities. I established several businesses here in Australia. The wider community was fabulous. I felt that there was a very strong Jewish community of community spirit, not necessarily the religious side of it, but as a community. We were very welcomed. Children went to school. It was just a great place to grow up. In fact, it reminded me of South Africa when I grew up as a youngster. We never locked the doors. We had great relationships with our African servants and African people, and it just was reminiscent of that. It was just a wonderful, homely, safe place to grow up.
And you've been active in your local synagogue over the years?
Yes.
Now, can you tell me where you were on the evening of the 9th of October 2023?
We had tickets to go to the Opera House. There was a show there, and we debated with friends of ours whether we should go or not. We were aware that there were potentially going to be protests, and we thought, well, this is our country, this is our place, it's the Opera House, it's going to be a safe place. We're not going to give in to any intimidation. And we took a water taxi to the Opera House. We walked up the side. The police were guiding us to the Opera House. And we saw some activities going on. I wasn't exactly sure of the timing, but I believe that at interval I went out. The others didn't follow me, and I was aware of activity. And I walked down the side of the Opera House to see what was going on. And as I got to the bottom, I saw, I think it was 3 policemen frog marching an individual, a man, with his arms behind his back and clearly in discomfort. And he seemed to have what I thought was an Israeli flag furled up and held under his arm. So I noticed that from the blue and white. And they were literally 2 meters away from me. And I looked at the police. I said, "What are you doing?" And they said, "Well, this is for his own safety. He could be inciting violence." And I looked up and I saw what was going on further down with the flag burning and the chanting and the screaming. I said, "But the violence is there." I said, "This man is not a danger to anybody." Anyway, they kind of at that stage put him down and released him and forcibly sat him down on a bench. And I looked at that, and I didn't put it in my witness statement. I thought it was inappropriate. But I looked at the police and said, "I'm watching you."
You said that you saw what was going on in the distance.
Absolutely.
You've said in your statement you weren't able to make out what chants were being said.
No, I couldn't hear the words.
What could you see and hear in the
just
distance?
A mad crowd of chaos, just chaos, and clearly something was being burnt. I didn't know it was a flag at that stage. And I heard lots of screaming and shouting, and I'm just a wild, maddened crowd.
You've expressed at paragraph 22 of your witness statement the message that was conveyed to you that evening. Can I invite you to share that with the Commission?
That played through my mind, and in fact I mentioned this to my friends and my wife. I said the message conveyed to me on the evening on October 9th was unmistakable. The person expressing solidarity with Jewish victims was treated as the problem, while those expressing violent hatred were given a free hand. The image that remained with me ever since, I'm not aware of any prosecutions resulting from the horrific display. In fact, what I do recall is the police that were there, close to them, had their backs to them, whereas the police that I saw in front were absolutely confronting this man who didn't seem to be a danger.
You've now described in your statement on a different topic an incident that your granddaughter and your daughter have been subjected to in the context of schooling. Can you start off by telling us the sort of school that your granddaughter had attended leading up to 2023?
Yes, my daughter and son-in-law felt that it would be appropriate to send her to a non-Jewish school, and she was very happy there. In fact, the school was excellent for her. She's a very, very bright kid, and she needed the kind of stimulation that school was able to give, and she was very, very happy until October 9th, 8th, 9th.
She told you about an incident in the classroom.
Yes, a very, very, very disturbing and shocking incident. She was in the class when I believe a substitute English teacher was giving a lecture about a book totally unrelated to Israel or Palestinian issues. And for some reason, this teacher performed several Heil Hitler salutes. My granddaughter was 13, 14 at the stage, left the classroom, was deeply shocked, wrote a very polite email to the principal as well as to her mother. And to the principal's credit, she invited my daughter and my granddaughter to talk to her. She praised her for being brave and for doing what she did and being as polite as she was, and said that there were certain protocols that she would follow. My daughter asked her what the outcomes were going to be. She said she couldn't tell her, and to the best of my knowledge and my daughter's knowledge and my granddaughter, nothing seemed to have happened. Well, it wasn't visible. The teacher, I believe, was still there or wasn't fired. I do hear through third-party evidence that that teacher had done the same the year before.
And is your granddaughter still at that same school?
No. The whole atmosphere had changed for my daughter and my granddaughter. My daughter lost a number of friends. There was a distinct coolness towards my granddaughter at the school, some bullying. My granddaughter's written her own submission, which is beautiful for a 14-year-old. So it's affected her profoundly, as well as the whole family. They took her out of the school, unfortunately, and she's now at a Jewish day school, which is also a little confronting to go past armed guards as she goes to school. But she's much happier there.
You've respectfully requested the Commission and the Commissioner to reflect on what those events mean to you in your witness statement at paragraph 31. Can I invite you to share some of those thoughts?
Well, you know, as I said here, I'll just repeat this. I respectfully ask the Commissioner to reflect on these matters and what they mean. A Jewish child who was sent to a mainstream Australian school in good faith, in the belief that she would be welcomed and treated equally. She was, in our family's experience, driven out by anti-Semitism, whereby the teacher responsible faced no apparent consequences. A mother lost her friends simply because she's Jewish. This is not the Australia that I chose to call home. This is not the Australia which I believed my grandchildren would grow up. I loved this country. I thought we'd made a great choice. I thought this is our place forever. It's been very kind to me and my family. I've built several businesses. I've mentored many people. I've employed thousands of people. I've contributed a great deal to this country. I've paid huge taxes, willfully, gladly. I treated Australia as home. From the day I stepped on the plane from Johannesburg, I said, Australia is my country. I never supported the Springboks. The Australian teams became my teams. I was Australian. And I was prepared we sang Australia Fair with gusto. Loved the country. I have to admit, things have changed. I really have to think very, very, very seriously whether this is the country for my grandchildren. Hopefully it'll still be okay for me. I'm nearly 80. But I'm not sure about what this is going to be for my grandchildren. I haven't said this in the witness statement here, but unless the root cause of anti-Semitism, which is a vitriolic, despicable preaching of anti-Semitic diatribes at schools, at mosques, at public gatherings, unless that is absolutely, totally stamped out, this country has no hope. You just look at what's happened in the UK, look what's happened in France, look what's happened wherever there's an Islamist, not Muslim, talking about radical Islam. That is the root cause of this problem. And until that is dealt with properly by the government, forcibly, we not only the Jewish population, which is only about 100,000 people, but the Australian population is going to suffer dramatic change, and that has to change. I'd like to just mention two things that are in my head constantly. The one is the boat called the St. Louis, where a number of, I'm sure it's well known to people, but I'll just repeat it, and that is a number of German Jews were able to get visas to go to Cuba. They hired a boat called the St. Louis, and they had parties on the boat on the way to Cuba. When they got there, the visas were denied. The boat was turned around. The boat went to the States. They wouldn't take anyone. The boat, I think, went to Europe. Some people were let off, most not, were forcibly sent back to Germany, and most were exterminated. If that isn't a cause why Israel is so crucial to Jews as a last resort, as a place, I mean, we've had 80 years that Jews have never had in history. We've had the most golden period of Jews. And one of the reasons is because Israel is there as a backstop, not as a first resort. I would never have considered going to live in Israel. I want to be in Australia. I want my children to grow up here, my grandchildren.
And you've expressed in paragraph 36 of your statement, you've said, I do not want to leave Australia.
Of course not.
But you want to know the future that your children and your grandchildren will face.
Absolutely.
Here. And what sort of future do you hope that they can have in this country?
Like we had when we first came here in 1987. The free, open society. Yes, of course there's anti-Semitism, and that's gone on for centuries, but we never felt it. We were accepted by Jews, Gentiles, have a large Gentile friendships and my company's employees. We had wonderful relationships. I'd like to mention one other thing, which I think, again, plays with me all the time. There's a case of a person who was known as the accountant at Auschwitz, who was prosecuted. I think it's well known. I think the story grows a little, and maybe I'll embellish it a little bit more because this thing plays with me. But he was convicted, and the judge afterwards said to him, you know, you were sitting next to Mengele, and you were writing in your book, and you knew what was happening. What was in your head? What were you thinking? And he said, you know, I never saw these as people. I saw them as enemies of the state. I saw them as descendants of pigs and monkeys. I saw them as communists. I saw them as a threat. They had to be exterminated. And the judge said, what about the children? He said, well, they're just going to grow up like their parents. And that's as a result of this insidious, constant demonization, the diatribe. And unless we get hold of that and stamp that out, God forbid, one day, if an atomic bomb is dropped on Israel, the world will say they deserved it.
Thank you for your evidence.
Sir, can I ask you one question, going back to that incident with your granddaughter at school? Did she give any account of what the context was with a teacher making a Nazi salute in class?
I'm not capable of really answering that, really. But yes, what she said is that the content had nothing to do with Nazis or a salute. And I think the other thing to bear in mind is that the same teacher did the same the year before.
Yes.
I think my granddaughter would be much in a better position to answer that than me.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your evidence today.
Thank
you
you.
can step down.
You're excused.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
The next witness, Commissioner, is also giving evidence under a pseudonym AAM.
Thank you. Will AAM be giving evidence in the courtroom?
Yes, I think.
Sure.
Just might need to have a short pause while we locate the witness, Commissioner.
By all means. Madam, if you just come through here.
Will you be giving an oath or an affirmation? Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, madam. Do take a seat.
Thank you.
You're giving evidence today under a pseudonym, which is AAM, and I may refer to you as such. You've prepared a statement, a first statement to the Royal Commission dated the 15th of April 2026.
Yep.
That is stat.8999.0013.0001. Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
And you've prepared a second statement to the Royal Commission that's dated the 21st of April 2026, stat.899.0020.0001. Have you got a copy of that in front of you as well?
I have, yes.
And are the contents of that second statement true and correct?
They are.
Commissioner, I tender both of those statements.
Yes. The first statement will be Exhibit 1.4 and the supplementary statement, Exhibit 1.5.
You live in Melbourne and you have 4 children?
Correct, yes.
What do their ages range from?
So my eldest is now 23. I have a 20-year-old, I have a 17-year-old and a 13-year-old.
And you're originally from the UK?
Yes, I am.
What made your family decide to come to Australia?
Precisely what we're seeing in Australia now, we saw in the UK many, many years ago. The rise in anti-Semitism, radical Islam, police doing nothing, government doing nothing. We really didn't want to raise Jewish children in that environment. We could see where it was going, and guess what? We were right.
And when you arrived in Australia from the UK some years ago now, or some decades ago now, had your plan B to settle here permanently?
Absolutely. We saw Australia as being a safe haven. This was the place we wanted to raise our children. This was a place that we wanted to see our grandchildren. We bought a home that was big enough for everybody. We bought a dining room table that was big enough for all the children and the grandchildren. We saw our future here and we loved it. We really did.
I'd like to ask you about some work that you do with the Community Security Group in Victoria, and I might refer to that as the CSG.
Yes.
Can you just indicate for those who might not be aware, what is the CSG?
CSG is a group which provides security to Jewish synagogues and schools, Jewish functions. We are the people that you will see outside synagogues on a Friday night, a Saturday morning, and we are trained to protect our community.
And what's your personal involvement and role with the CSG?
So I am one of the protectors, and I also am head of welfare at CSG. So I look after all the protectors and all the staff and make sure that they are feeling well, doing well, that they're all, firing on all cylinders.
And in your statement, your first statement, from paragraph 7, you refer to a particular evening in
Yes.
November 2023 when you were conducting security duties with CSG outside a synagogue in Melbourne.
Yes.
What night of the week was that?
So that was a Friday night, and it was at Friday night services, Shabbat services.
And what had you been told in advance of that evening about what might be happening in the vicinity of the synagogue that you were stationed at?
So I knew that there was to be a protest at the Burger Tree burger restaurant that was just down the road from the synagogue. It actually, I think they started there in the early afternoon, and we knew that there had been trouble there, and we knew that there had been gangs of young Muslim men turning up. I think there is good evidence there were police there, that someone mounted the curb in his 4x4 and tried to drive at a number of Israelis who were there. So it was chaos. It was a riot on the street.
And the synagogue that you were standing near, you describe in your statement becoming aware of an individual, a man, near the synagogue.
Yes.
And coming across this individual.
Yeah.
Can you tell me where you were standing when you saw this man?
So I was outside the front of the synagogue, but I was patrolling the area, and I heard over the radios that there was a person in a striped shirt who'd been walking around watching people. He didn't seem to be going into the synagogue. He didn't seem to be attached to any of the families who were in the playground. He just seemed to be milling and watching. So I was asked to go over and have a chat with him. And as it happened, my husband was also on synagogue security. He's a volunteer at the synagogue. and he came with me, and we just wandered over to this guy who was sitting on a swing just watching the synagogue from the playground across the road. And I said, "Hello, how you doing?" And he sort of grunted at me, and I said, "What brings you here this evening?" And he said something like, "You know I'm here." And I said, "I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean." And he said, "I'm here for the protest." And I said, "Well, what protest is that?" And he said, "You know, the one against the fucking Jews." And I said, "Okay, well, have a good evening, sir." And as I turned around to tell over the radio what was going on, I became aware of a group of people just to my left in the bushes. There's an area, it was probably about 20 feet away from me, and they were hidden away in the bush area there by the playground, directly opposite the synagogue. And as I called in what my conversation had been with the man, I realised that these people were not there for anything good. And I called it in, and what I saw was a group of about 20 or 30 people. I don't know if they were male or female. They had black masks, they had baseball caps, hats, head coverings, all in black, black clothing, black shoes. Many of them had backpacks, black backpacks, and I thought, something's going down here. And just as I went to radio that in, I became aware of people coming out of the synagogue. I could see CSG protectors around. I could see people coming over the park. The synagogue is across the road from quite a broad park. And it was mayhem. I'd never seen anything like this before. And all these people in black were terrifying. And I moved away as quickly as I could towards the synagogue. And it became apparent that the synagogue had been evacuated, and my job was then to move people from the synagogue, old people, kids, members of the community who were there for the Friday service, move them as quickly through the park as possible and as safely back to their cars, back to their houses. Many of them live in the vicinity, and to get them going as quickly and as safely as possible. And I did this by moving with them and saying to them, "It's okay, just go as quickly as you can. Come on, let's go." And saying to people in keffirs and in Palestine t-shirts, "Move away, back off, move." And putting myself between the congregation and these people who were streaming into the park.
And you're doing this as a 50-odd-year-old mother of four?
Yeah.
When the synagogue that you were outside had been emptied of its congregation, you left the building?
I left the building.
And what did you see on the way home?
The streets between the Burger Tree restaurant. So there's a straight line between the Burger Tree restaurant and the park. And that street was full of people, chaos. And they were moving from the Burger Tree restaurant up this street to the park. And they were largely Muslim males, lots of young blue and purple haired people with their Palestinian flags and their pro-Pali t-shirts and their free Palestine Intifada stuff, shouting in the streets and moving towards the park. So once all the Jews had left the synagogue, we left. We had no business being there. That was for the police to deal with. And I actually went to another synagogue where I knew that there would be Jews coming out onto the street into a nearby area, and took up a position there because I knew that that synagogue would finish and the Jews would then be on the streets, and I knew it wasn't safe. So it was just chaos.
And
everywhere.
You refer in your witness statement, I'm looking at paragraph 15, to getting home and it being an anniversary that night. Can you tell me what it was the anniversary of?
It was the anniversary of Kristallnacht, which I think is a smashing of glass. It was a pogrom. I think it was about 85 years, I think. And my husband said to me that night that it was ironic and tragic that his grandfather, who is no longer with us, was actually a young man on Kristallnacht, and he had been posted at his synagogue and had been sent to the streets around to warn the Jews in the area that they were not safe and they were to go home and they were to lock their doors. And the irony that we were doing the same thing on the anniversary of Kristallnacht in Australia was not lost on us.
And you said that you sat at home that night with your family eating Shabbat dinner and that you could still hear some of the chanting going on outside.
I drove back through that area because I live close to that synagogue. That happens to be my synagogue where my family goes. And as I drove through, I couldn't believe my eyes. The police and the Palestinian entourage seemed to be on the left-hand side, and there were Jews, I think, on the other side of the road, and the police were trying to hold back the mob. And I understand that rocks were thrown and bottles were thrown and there was abuse being hurled. And I actually drove through it just to see. I just wanted to know what was going on. And I couldn't believe it. And I drove back through it and I drove up my street, which is diagonal to the synagogue. And as I drove back to my house, I could hear Free Palestine, fuck the Jews, kill the Jews, gas, all that stuff. And I pulled up outside my house late for Friday night dinner because I do security and I left my family. And I stood outside my house and I went, how did we get here? This is unbelievable. How can it be? And as we blessed the wine and the bread that night, we could hear it. We sat and had dinner hearing that.
You've described at paragraph 16 of your statement some of the ongoing personal impacts for you after that night.
Yeah.
What are they?
That park is where I pushed my kids on the swing. It's the park we picnicked in, and it's now the park where that happened. Those memories have been somewhat supplanted by that. And when I walk in that park, as I often do on a Saturday morning, I will always go and stand with the security team, and I will always do a circuit around the park and just keep an eye on who's there, make sure that everything looks right. When I go to synagogue, I wear runners, I don't wear heels anymore, because if I have to run, I always say to my kids, if you have to run away, make sure you're wearing comfy shoes. I often don't go to synagogue anymore because I don't feel comfortable. I know a lot of Jews who feel exactly the same, and when we go to any Jewish function, when we go to synagogue, we make sure that the doors are locked, we make sure that security is where they should be, we make sure we know where the emergency exits are. That is the Jewish way now.
Thank you for describing those experiences. I now wanted to ask you about a particular incident in relation to two of your children in high school.
Yes.
Your younger son and daughter, I think.
Yes.
They attend a Jewish school.
Yes.
And can you describe what happened outside their school in May of 2024?
The walls were spray painted with Jew dye on the walls, immediately outside the school, so that when kids came in and out, people drove past. That's what they saw.
How did your kids react to that happening at their school?
I'm really sad to say that it's just normal. That stuff is standard. They are somewhat used to it. They go into a school that is a compound. They have security guards with guns outside, and they wear big army uniforms to protect my children. There are bollards and all sorts of high-tech security equipment. My children practice lockdowns and drills and evacuations all the time. This is normal for Australia.
Can I ask for how long, in your estimate, has that sort of thing been normal among the Jewish community?
For as long as my kids have been small, but I think it has increased. The kids are trained what to do when you get a lone shooter or a lunatic who comes at you with a knife, or hiding under your desk and putting your fingers over your lips and pretending that there's a monster outside. That's normal for our toddlers.
Have you detected an increase since October of 2023?
I think that more of the schools and more of our organisations are taking security seriously. We have always been conscious of it, but I think there has been some complacence historically. But now we see it, we feel it, we witness it. Everybody talks about it. Every Jew you will ever speak to in this country will start their conversations with, how are you doing? Did you see the news? How's your family in Israel? What happened in Caulfield last night? That is normal.
You've described an incident with your two high schoolers on a public bus in November of 2025.
Yes.
They were with one of their friends. They were wearing their school uniform at the time.
They were, yes.
And they came home from school that day and told you what had happened.
Yes. So
what did they tell you had happened on that bus journey?
They had been with a friend of theirs, and they'd left school a little early. They were in year 12. They just finished an exam, and my daughter tagged along. She's 13. And they were sitting towards the back of the bus, and a group of kids got on just outside another school, and they were identifiable by their school uniform. My kids were identifiable by their school uniform that has Hebrew writing. I think it's known as the Jew school. And these kids, I think there were 10 to 15 of them, big boys, quite rowdy, quite noisy, quite boisterous, got on and moved towards the back of the bus where my kids were. And my son, who is 17, and his friend, they've seen this stuff before, so they positioned themselves away from these boys and tried not to engage with them. And at a certain point in the journey, one or two of them started looking at them and saying things about Jews. And I think it got louder and louder, and it got to the point where things were said such as, are there any fucking Jews on this bus? If there are any Jews on this bus, we should burn it down. Should have gassed them all. Where are the fucking Jews? I can smell Jews. And as they did that, they were looking directly at my son and his friend and my daughter. And my son and his friend moved to be between my daughter and the boys. And they thought that they were going to get whacked. They thought there was going to be a fight. And they knew that they had no chance, because it was just them against this gang. And as the protagonists were doing this thing, their mates were laughing and jeering, and they all thought it was funny. And luckily, it didn't transpire. No, there was no violence. The kids got to where they were going, everyone got off the bus, and they came home and they told me what had happened.
Commissioner, I've just been asked by those instructing if we can have a brief adjournment.
Yes, indeed. Yes, we will take a brief adjournment then. Thank you, Ms. Phillips. I apologise to everyone. Day one is never an easy day, and we had a not small technical problem relating to our live stream. I trust that it's been fixed and that we're not going to have further occasions like this, and my apologies to you, because I know it's difficult giving evidence, and suddenly everyone rushing from the room I'm sure didn't help. But thank you, Ms Phillips, if we can continue now.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to the witness as well. Your children and yourself decided with some reluctance, I gather, to make a report of what happened on the bus that day to Victorian Police. Can you tell me what the outcome of that report ended up being? You've referred to this in paragraph 25 of your witness statement.
I'll read directly if that's okay. On the 20th of February 2026, I received an email from the police informing me that it has, quote, been determined that charges are not authorised in this matter as a threshold for reasonable prospect of a successful prosecution cannot be reached. This assessment applies across the range of offences considered.
How did you feel about learning the outcome, and how did your children feel more generally in the aftermath of the incident on the bus in November of last year?
We're robust and they're pretty tough, but it was very disappointing to hear that it hasn't gone anywhere. My daughter gets emotional when we speak about this event, and she is reluctant to go on public transport. She is not comfortable being out and about in the streets unless she's with her brothers or her dad or someone adult. And I have to say, if the laws aren't there to protect people shouting in people's faces, "You fucking Jew cunt," where are we? Like, this is Australia. There are laws, they should be enforced. This is not okay. Get with the program, people.
I want to ask you about Hanukkah of last year. On the evening of the 14th of December 2025, you were rostered on for security duties with CSG at a Hanukkah event in Melbourne.
Yes.
And you've referred in your statement to having what at the time you felt was a crazy, fleeting thought. What was that thought?
I was at access for the event, and in front of me were buildings, multi-storey buildings. There were apartments with windows and balconies, and I always train protectors under me, look up, always look up. And so I made a point, as I always do, of looking up, looking for snipers at the windows and on the balconies, for windows open and curtains flapping. And I thought to myself, this is insane. This feels like paranoia. Who's gonna shoot at us? And that evening, within minutes, we heard what had happened at Bondi.
You've described conversations that you've had and that people close to you have had around dinner tables in Jewish families of late, at paragraph 30 of your statement. What's being said in those conversations?
Many people we know are having the same sorts of conversations I believe were had around dinner tables in Europe in the 1930s. I don't know what is going to happen next, but many Jews are seeing the writing on the wall and they are wondering whether it's time to go. What is the plan B? A lot of us don't feel safe here. We don't feel welcome anymore. We thought that things might be challenging. We never expect synagogues to be burned down. We never expected Jews to be hunted on Bondi Beach. We really didn't expect this sort of thing in this country. This was the safest place in the world for Jews, and it was golden. And it is not anymore. And there is so much fear and so much anxiety. All of us are nervous and worried about what could possibly come next. After what happened on Bondi, what could possibly come next? There's something coming, and we all know it. And we all knew that Bondi or a Bondi style attack was gonna happen. It was not a surprise.
Your own family have made the difficult decision to relocate overseas to Israel in the not too distant future.
Yes.
You've shared with the Royal Commission some photographs about what that looks like for your family.
Yes.
And I might ask if we can bring one of those photographs up. It's in AAM-2. It's stat.899.0020.0001_0003. It's page 4 of the annexure to your second statement. Can you tell me about why you've been packing up your home and your belongings?
My family and I no longer want to live in Australia. We don't feel safe here. We don't feel welcome. One by one, my children are leaving. One has already gone. One is going to school in Israel in September. She's 13. That was not the plan. She's a baby. But it's safer for her to be there than it is for her to be here. Another of my sons is going in June. Got one in year 12 who will finish school, and he will then go, and we will move to Israel at the end of the year. And this is our family packing up, as families have done for generations. Jewish families have done forever. The lucky ones get to pack their belongings into boxes and go. Those who are not so lucky run with just the clothes on their backs, or worse. And we're not there yet, but we fear it. And if something doesn't change, we will get to that place. But for my family, we've had enough. It is not okay. And I think I wrote in my statement, these pictures here, this is anti-Semitism. This is what nobody sees. No one thinks about when they chant, when they threaten and kill. No, we're not running with just the clothes on our backs, not this time, not yet anyway, but we are nonetheless running and leaving behind parts of ourselves devastated and depleted. Who else in this country is forced to lay out their belongings, to give them away to strangers, throw them in the bin and onto the nature strip? Just the Jews. Who else in this country must run, hide and diminish themselves so that they empty their homes and lives to fit neatly into suitcases? Just the Jews. Who else in this country cries at night through fear, sends their children to school in a war zone because it is a safer place to be educated, and has to endure the pain of watching their children's hopes and dreams dashed because they are no longer welcome in their own home? Just the Jews. I cannot quantify the pain we feel, and I do not know how to express it adequately. But these photos provide a snapshot of our current situation. We are not alone in having to make these decisions. And just that one there with the Hanukkot. Those are reminiscent of Holocaust pictures, family stuff thrown into a pile with the odd bit of Judaica in there. Not okay.
Commissioner, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you for your evidence. You are excused. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, Ms. Phillips.
Commissioner, the next witness who will be called is going by the name Ben for these proceedings.
Yes.
Will you take any
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence that you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes, thank you, sir. Do take a seat.
Thank you.
You've chosen to give evidence before the Commission today under just a first name, Ben, and your address and occupation are known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a statement to the Royal Commission that's dated the 30th of April 2026, and that has ID stat.8999.0040.0001. Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
I tendered that statement, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you.
And I'd note that there are two exhibits to that statement, a video and a photograph, that the second and third annexures that won't be published, won't be made publicly available.
That is noted. The statement will be Exhibit 1.7 and the annexure 1.6 and the annexure 1.7.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Bondi.
And you moved to Melbourne in your early 20s?
I did.
And your parents at that time remained in Sydney?
Correct.
Can you tell me what happened to your parents in October of 2013?
Yes, I was living in Melbourne at the time. They were walking home, having attended synagogue and a Friday night dinner at a friend's house. On their way back home, they were set upon by a few people and wielding weapons, and they were bashed. My parents and my brother and another family, so there were about 6 of them, and they were bashed by quite a few youths, and they were severely injured.
And so that they were coming from synagogue, where the males in the group were in kippot at the time?
Correct.
And how did you find out in Melbourne that this had happened to your family members?
A friend of mine sent me a clip of a news article, and I recognised my brother and my parents, and I found out by the news.
And how did learning about what had happened impact you?
It was difficult because it was Shabbat, and my parents Orthodox Jews, and they keep Shabbat, so that they don't have their phones and they can't communicate using phones. It was particularly troubling because I was so far away. Learning about an event like that through the news is upsetting, and not being able to get any reassurance compounds the impact. My daughter at the time was quite young, and she recalls it as the first time, or the most memorable time she's seen me cry. And I hadn't broken down like that in my memory.
I want to ask you about your enlistment in the Australian Defence Force Army Reserves.
Yes.
You've said in your statement that you joined the Army Reserves in about 2015. What are the Army Reserves for those who might not be familiar, and why did you choose to enlist?
Sure. So Army Reserves is part of the Army. It's as a reservist you can sign a continuous full-time service contract and become part of the permanent force. We train in slightly different ways to take into account the casual nature of the employment. My reasons to join the Defence Force was to be a role model for my daughter and to integrate and participate in Australia and defend the country that I love.
And you said in your written statement that you were subjected to anti-Semitism, especially in the earlier years of your service. Can you describe maybe one of those experiences that you particularly recall?
Sure. So I enlisted as a private, and on an exercise, we were riding in the back of a truck, a Unimog, and my section, and we were telling jokes like you do in the when you're transported between places. We look up to our section commander to set the tone about when the job's on, and when you can sit back and crack some jokes, then you take the opportunities. There were all kinds of jokes going around, and then they turned. The section commander started with a joke about the Holocaust, which created a permissive environment for other subordinates under his command to lean into that and to double down. So I started out with a joke about the Jews in the oven, and then it devolved into Jews being made into soap, and it got quite uncomfortable.
And did you make any formal complaint about that incident with those jokes as you've described them?
So we're encouraged to use our chain of command, and I did speak to my section commander, my direct superior, and he noted that it was inappropriate, but I don't think he took into account how his actions created the environment for others to bandwagon or to jump on and escalate, as happened in that situation, but how the permissive environment is set by those in command in the army environment or by authority in the civilian environment.
And you said in your statement at paragraph 15 that it seemed to you at that time that your section commander never fully understood how their behaviour had impacted the other 10 or so soldiers under the command. What did you feel ought to have been done in that sort of situation?
Can you?
What do you feel the section commander should have done to set the right example to the 10 or so soldiers under command?
I think he could have taken my comments and corrected or maybe made it clear to the rest of the section about what the standard we expect of Australian soldiers in terms of racism, compassion, and in accordance with the Army values.
I'd now like to ask you about a different event that's occurred more recently, and it's a dinner that you had at a restaurant in Melbourne on the 5th of July 2025, and you've spoken about this in your statement from paragraph 18. You've described the restaurant that you went to that night as one that serves Israeli cuisine and that marks the Shabbat as part of its Friday night dinner service. Can you explain what that involves?
What Shabbat dinner involves? Sure. So it's a coming together, a completion of the week and a day of rest. It's marked out through blessings of the wine and breaking of bread, or blessing on the bread, and generally a joyous event.
And how does this particular restaurant that you're at that night usually mark the Shabbat?
Yeah. So at the completion of their dinner service, they invite the patrons to join in a Shabbat celebration. They do the kiddush, the blessing on the wine, and they bake their own challah, their own bread, and they serve arak, which is a liquor, to the patrons, and it's and the restaurant manager, will generally say a few words as well.
And on that evening that you're at the restaurant, before these ceremonial parts of the night and the Shabbat blessings had started, what happened?
So as we halfway through our dinner, there was a commotion outside with a group of protesters, 15, 20, outside with megaphones, quite loud. Initially, we're trying to avoid it. I mean, after the first interest of what's the commotion outside, and you realise, okay, we're aware of that. We're going to continue our dinner. It was quite loud and quite uncomfortable. My watch reminded me that it was too loud, above 95 decibels, and it was unavoidable as much as we tried.
And you're sitting inside the restaurant while this is happening.
Correct.
What are you seeing at the entrance of the restaurant?
There's a group of masked individuals with megaphones shouting "Death to the IDF," which only recently joined the chant, or was a recently produced chant at the time. Free Palestine and Globalised Intifada. All troubling chants because I know what Free Palestine means now that my parents live in Israel.
The restaurant has some tables outside typically. What happened with the outside patrons that night?
So there were people dining outside. Those tables were, they obviously rushed in. They were the first to come inside because they were closest to the megaphones and to the commotion. The tables flipped upside down. Food started being thrown at patrons inside the restaurant, patrons and staff. It wasn't exclusively Jewish staff, not an exclusively Jewish staff, and neither were all the patrons. But they all copped the same abuse.
And you mentioned in your statement that after a time the police arrived.
Yeah.
Did things change when the police got there?
Yeah. So the police were the ones to disperse the protesters, and then it became violent just before that. The glass door was broken before the police arrived by the protesters trying to push through.
That's the glass door to the front of the restaurant?
Correct, yeah. The police had some altercations with the protesters. It wasn't seamless, and it was quite a narrow laneway on Hardware Lane. And there was food everywhere, and tables and chairs and broken glass. And there were photographers with the protesting group, quite a few photographers everywhere. And I was photographed outside of the restaurant. Again, I found out by my friend forwarding me a news article saying, "Is this you?" And I was, as uncomfortable as it was, I didn't think it would turn into an event that I'd have to worry about it being on the front page of quite a few news articles. I felt vulnerable to a doxing event. My neighbour was doxed, and he had some trouble with work, where his work had to initially intervene and then try and protect him, and also his personal life, and it kind of shakes you. And I was concerned that would be my experience from that unwanted publicity.
From being photographed when you're in the restaurant and around the restaurant trying to have dinner that night.
That's right.
And on that evening, did the Shabbat service end up being held?
It did. They still held the service at the conclusion of the dinner service, albeit a bit later, due to the commotion. And it was quite heartfelt, a real coming together. And I'm really glad that we still managed to celebrate the Shabbat in that way.
Can I ask you to share what you've included at paragraph 24 of your witness statement about some particular reasons that event in the restaurant impacted you?
Sure. I'll read it out. I found the event particularly distressing because it happened on Shabbat, and I drew a parallel to when my parents had been targeted. In Jewish culture, Shabbat is a time for rest, family time and prayer. Many attacks on Jews in history have occurred on sacred days. For example, the commencement of what became known as the Yom Kippur War in Israel in 1967, the Manchester synagogue attack on Yom Kippur, and the Hamas attack on 7th of October, which is a Jewish holiday rejoicing in the Torah that is marked by singing and dancing, which is called Simchat Torah. For me, having a Shabbat meal interrupted by a riot echoed the historical strategy of Jewish people being targeted based on an understanding of when they're most vulnerable.
Thank you. In your statement, you've discussed sort of particularly after the unwanted media coverage, installing a video camera outside your home,
Yep.
and the vigilance that comes with that.
Mm-hmm.
And you've also described what you've called the normalisation of security. What did that look like for you and your wife when you attended a Hanukkah event last year?
Yep. We attended a Hanukkah event just after. It was an ADF, an emergency services event, on the second night of Hanukkah, I believe. We were walking to the event. My wife was on the phone to a vet, talking about her cat. And when we got there, she wanted to continue a conversation, not inside, so she wanted to have the conversation outside. But the security came outside to tell her, hey, there's no milling about at the outside of this establishment. It's not safe. Please move up to the side.
And you've also described in your witness statement what you've called the paradox of isolation. And in relation to that, I might ask you to read what you've said at paragraph 36 of your witness statement.
Paragraph 36. The fences and guards required to keep us safe also serve to create a false public perception that Jews are deliberately isolating themselves and failing to take opportunities to mix with the broader Australian community.
And so, how do you feel about that sort of paradox that you've described?
Yeah, it feeds into the problem. The problem being that for Jews to participate in Australian society, they need a level of safety, and that level of safety is also there to stand in the way or in between the threat and those being protected.
And you've said at paragraph 41 of your statement that I think it is that we're watching our physical safety erode in real time. Can you tell me what happened in your local neighbourhood on Christmas Day morning last year?
There was a car firebombed. So it was a few days after the festival of Hanukkah, and we celebrate Hanukkah by there's quite a few menorahs on cars, and they light one each day. And the decorations, they get taken down off cars straight away. And it was 2 or 3 days after Hanukkah. And the car was visibly was visibly Jewish, or owned by Jewish people. And it was firebombed. It was set alight in a driveway.
A car with a menorah.
The car, yeah. There were many cars with menorah still on them, but they're in a Jewish community, close to, not far from the synagogue, not far from my house. A car was set alight, presumably for having the menorah, or to be for some sort of targeting.
And how did that make you feel, especially so soon after the attacks in Bondi?
It felt like the attack of Bondi we hoped, was some sort of culmination of how bad things can get. And that as an Australian society, we wake up to the threat. And it seems to escalate and push further and deeper into Australia. rather than the tide turning in any meaningful way.
Commissioner, I don't have any more questions for the witness.
Perhaps if I can just ask you one question, Ben, before I excuse you. After your photograph was featured in the newspaper in that ugly incident at the restaurant, did any of your non-Jewish friends seek to offer you support?
Yeah, there were. I experienced support from the Jewish community as well as the non-Jewish community.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for your evidence, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner, I now call Stefanie Schwartz.
Yes.
Room. Please come up to the witness box.
Will you be giving an oath or affirmation? Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence that you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please stand.
I do.
Your name is Stefanie Schwartz,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And you're currently the president of the board of Mount Sinai College, correct? And you've prepared a statement for the purposes of the commission dated 29 April 2026, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Do you have a copy of that statement there with you?
I do.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
For the record, that is stat.899.0037.0001_R, and I tender that statement.
Yes, that statement will be in Exhibit 1.8.
Ms Schwartz, you were elected to the board in 2019, correct?
Correct.
And you took on the role of president in June 2025, is that right?
Correct.
And Mount Sinai is a independent Jewish day school in Sydney, correct?
Yes.
Has about 400 students.
Correct.
And you say that it plays a vital role in preserving Jewish identity, culture and tradition. Can you tell us how it does that?
Sure. I might backtrack slightly just in terms of how Mount Sinai was established. In the 1980s, a group of local families were very much interested in creating an excellent academic educational experience for their children, but also with a focus on Jewish culture and Jewish identity. And so they started a school at that time with just a cohort of 14 students. So very much at the core of Mount Sinai's beginnings and where we are today is about preserving Jewish identity, talking about Jewish customs, festivals, etc., alongside providing an excellent academic education. And I'd also say, in addition to that, very much part of the Jewish ethos is about being a contributing member of the community. So we focus a lot on community service for our students and just being involved as a member of the community.
And you say in your statement that the school has always been aware of safety risks to its students, staff and broader Mount Sinai community, but that in recent years it's faced what you've called heightened security concerns. Can you explain how those heightened concerns have come about?
Sure. They have probably progressed over a number of years. We've seen a significant increase first since the October 7th attacks in Israel, then after an anti-Semitic graffiti incident at our school, and then again after the Bondi attacks. And I think all of these incidents have instilled a sense of fear and anxiety, real fear and anxiety, amongst our parents, staff and students. And so we have had to, as a board, focus much more on how we can make them feel secure. That involves extra guards, extra guarding hours, conversations with CSG, capital works around how we can make the school feel more secure for the students.
And you also mentioned that the school has to undertake simulations and evacuation drills. What are they designed around? For example, a lone shooter type scenario?
Exactly. So I would imagine that most schools would have a regular fire drill, something like that. At our school, we do that, but we also have
evacuation drills in the event of a terror attack. I might just add that my daughter, who's 5 years old and just started school this year, was at the Bondi massacre, and for her, along with other students who were present, having these drills now post the Bondi attack is very anxiety provoking and overwhelming for them, and the school has had to put in place many psychological supports and efforts to make sure that these children aren't re-traumatized after Bondi.
I can only imagine how difficult that must be for them and the school community. You also talk about conducting risk assessments for excursions and other off-site activities. So does that include just sporting competitions on the weekend, for example?
Yeah, it even includes walks across to the park, which is close to our school. The students used to access the park regularly for lunchtime, sport during school, but certainly for all excursions there's now a risk assessment that takes place. Some of these are deemed to be too risky, they don't occur anymore, and so the school will organise more of an incursion where somebody will come and speak to the students. It's obviously not ideal, and it's impacting the educational experience and outcome for these students. And other excursions that do go ahead, then they are sent with security, the children, and then there's a conversation about whether they should be wearing their uniforms, whether the boys should wear their kippot or their head coverings, because then they are identifiable as Jewish and potentially a target. So these, I can only imagine, are not conversations that regular primary schools are having.
And have there been incidents, and you don't need to go into any detail unless you wish to, but have there been incidents where Mount Sinai students have been targeted in public for being visibly Jewish?
I believe individually there have, with certain students and families on a school excursion, for example, or a school camp, not that I'm aware of.
Now, obviously the school incurs a significant financial burden in having those security measures in place, and necessarily must pass that on to parents to some extent. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And how do parents feel about contributing to that sort of cost?
Well, I will say that the majority of our parents, to some extent, are making a financial sacrifice to send their children to a private Jewish day school. We have nearly 1 in 3 families that are on some sort of financial aid or support. But what is common, I think, between all of those families is the understanding that we need security, and regardless of the sacrifices that they make, they are willing to pay whatever it costs to keep their children safe at school. And it's a sad reality to think that we are in a situation where these parents are paying to keep their children safe in an Australian school.
And what about the impact of just having those security measures, guards, fences, day in, day out? Can you speak to what sort of impact that has on the well-being of students, staff, families?
I will say that unfortunately it's become very normal. I actually attended this same school as a student 35 years ago, and unfortunately there was always a need for some sort of security. It has certainly increased exponentially over the last 35 years since I was there. But like I said, there's always this sense of normalcy that is just what's expected of Jewish institutions. Since the anti-Semitic graffiti attack, which we'll touch on later in my statement, and specifically the Bondi attack, the level of guarding, police presence is much more extreme. You walk past our school and it's probably more, it looks a lot more like a prison than at primary school. And on the days and the times where we've had to significantly increase security, there are parents who have had to have conversations with their children about what is anti-Semitism, why they're targeting our school, why does a school down the road not have security like this? And keep in mind, these students are youngest 2 years old on our campus because we have an early learning centre, and the oldest are only 11 or 12. They're not teenagers, dealing with these sorts of questions. They're young children.
Commissioner, I note that it has just hit 1 o'clock. I anticipate Ms Schwartz will be giving evidence for maybe another 10 to 15 minutes or so. Would you prefer to take the break now, or...?
In the circumstances, I think we're going to go back to proper court hours, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine.
So we'll take the adjournment now and resume at 2 p.m. be seated.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hager.
Ms. Schwartz, on the 30th of January 2025, Mount Sinai was the subject of an anti-Semitic graffiti attack, correct?
Correct.
And what I might do now is just bring up some photos which are annexed to your statement. So could the operator please bring up and display on the live stream Exhibit 1-8, page 10. And so, Ms. Schwartz, can you just tell us what we're looking at here? Is this an exterior wall of the school?
Yes, correct. There were 2 external exterior walls of the school that were defaced on the 30th of Jan 2025, which was the day before school started. And also not pictured here was one of our adjacent neighbours' properties that was also defaced with the same graffiti.
Yes. And is this something the students could see as they were, if they were to enter and exit the school? This was the day before school
Correct.
started.
Absolutely. So yes, if they had been attending school that day, absolutely. So from our perspective as a community, it was clear that the intent was to intimidate children who they probably suspected would be starting school that day. A number of other public schools did start the day that this occurred. And I actually remember another board member sending me a photo of those local children from a non-Jewish school walking past our school. We obviously wanted to cover it up as soon as possible, but we couldn't because the police were there and treating it as a crime scene. And I remember seeing a photo of another local student, not Jewish, looking at these words on our school gates and going home, and having to ask his parents about Jew dogs and Jews terrorists. And of course I was devastated for my own children, but also for these Aussie kids growing up in an environment where this was normal and this was happening.
Right, you can take those photos down now from the live stream and from the monitor. Thank you. And this attack followed an earlier attack on a childcare centre in Maroubra, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, and that was both a graffiti and arson attack.
Correct. So the graffiti attack on a daycare centre around the corner from our school, the graffiti exactly matched the graffiti that appeared on our school 9 days subsequently. And the arson attack was so significant that that local daycare centre was completely destroyed. In fact, they've only just reopened, I think, this week, nearly a year and a half after that. And the concern or the belief amongst our community, and actually was published in multiple media articles, was that that was actually a mistargeted attack, and actually the correct attack was probably our primary school.
And so can you just talk us through what sort of impact this attack has had on the school's staff and students, both in terms of the emotional impact, but just also the impact of how you go about the daily running of the school?
Sure. So, you can see it was a very emotional response. I had a very emotional response when I saw that, and that was shared by all 250 families that attend our school, the staff of the school, the leadership, the principal. It was very overwhelming to think about sending children to school the next day. The president at the time and the board received multiple emails being worried that perhaps parents should not send their kids to school.
Was that emails from parents expressing
Correct.
that
Emails
fear
from parents
and
to the
concern?
board saying, I don't feel safe, I won't be sending my child to school. And there were a number of families who kept their children home. There were other people like myself who I ended my workday early at that first day of school and a few weeks after that to pick up my children from school because I didn't feel safe sending them home on the bus. So people were very shook. There was a lot of conversation around wanting to increase security, which we did. Like I said before, as a school board, we wanted to make sure that our parent body and our staff body felt safe. And I can't quantify it, but I have heard through word of mouth that there are absolutely families that have decided not to send their children to our school and other Jewish day schools because of how risky it is. Our principal's also made comment that he will put out adverts for staff and historically they've been really attractive positions, and yet they don't receive anywhere near as much interest as they have before, presumably because teachers are worried about working in the risky environment of a Jewish day school.
And you also talk in your statement about regular school activities being disrupted and planned learned experiences being changed or cancelled. What are some examples of that and the impact that's had?
Yeah, so I touched on that a little bit earlier, but it was very regular for our students to go across the road to a nearby park for lunchtime. Sporting activities, that ceased. A number of excursions were cancelled. Staff professional development that was meant to be focused on regular educational activities was cancelled, and instead they were now being trained on how to deal with anxiety and fear, basically, in our student body.
So that then has a real impact on the learning experience that
Absolutely.
the students are facing. Is
Absolutely.
that your view? Yeah. And you've also talked about, in terms of excursions, the fact that you have to now consider whether students should be instructed not to wear their school uniforms.
Correct.
Is that something you have to do from time to time, issue that instruction, or have you decided not to go down that route?
There are sometimes like school camps where the children are away for a longer period of time that they are not instructed to wear their uniform, but in general the school's decision has been that we want to model to our children that we are proud of who we are and that we shouldn't have to hide and cover up our uniforms to that end. So in general, although a risk assessment has sort of happened before every excursion, in general the decision has been to wear the uniform anyway.
You've also mentioned in your statement some of the changes that were occurring in terms of security, even before this, since October 7.
Correct.
Essentially. Could you talk us through some of those? So you mentioned, for example, a dedicated board position that focuses primarily on security.
Yeah, so we have a dedicated board member and a board committee whose sole focus is safety and security of the school. I can imagine that other schools would probably have a safety committee, but I think that they would probably be focused on, when does the fire extinguisher expiry date occur? At our school, it's about, do we have round-the-clock police presence in the event of a terror attack? It's not a normal process for a primary school to have to think about. And in addition to that, the principal, the teachers, the leadership staff, they're all having to do constant thinking about safety and security when really their time should just be focused on educating our kids.
Yep. And you also mentioned increased engagement with CSG New South Wales.
Absolutely, and the police as well.
Yep. You go on to talk in your statement about the impacts of anti-Semitism on an interfaith engagement program that the school has had for some years. Can you tell us about that program and how it has been impacted in recent times?
Sure. So from the early 2000s until 2023, Mount Sinai had a long-standing interfaith program with the local Muslim school. The program at Mount Sinai was really viewed as a pinnacle experience. Younger students and families were very much looking forward to when they got to year 5 and 6 and able to engage in this interfaith conversation and dialogue. The program involved visiting each other's schools, all of the students visiting a mosque together, visiting synagogues together, and just general recreational enjoyment time, kicking a footy at the park, that sort of stuff. And everybody who participated in that very much valued that process. And as a school, we very much saw that as the solution moving forward to all this hate that we're experiencing. Let's connect rather than, disconnect. So this was a long-standing program at our school. After October 7th, on the part of the Muslim school, they ceased all contact with us. The president at the time, on behalf of the board, we decided that we would like to send a letter to them expressing solidarity, offering support, and very much trying to make sure that the interfaith program wasn't changed or cancelled. We heard nothing back. Our principal at the time and our acting principal now tried to re-engage them further. We've heard nothing since that time. Given how much value Mount Sinai placed on the program, we tried to engage with many other schools. Lots of these schools we had relationships with prior, whether it was in an academic space or a sporting space. None of these schools were willing to engage with us. There was a clear lack of appetite to engage with the Jewish day school. Our current acting principal wouldn't let up, and he really saw it as a key priority, so he engaged with Together for Humanity, which is a not-for-profit organisation. They too spent months trying to find schools who might want to engage with us. There were initially a few bites, but generally most of them later withdrew. But I am very happy to say that today, actually, the interfaith program has started again with a local Catholic school with the help of Together for Humanity, and I really hope that that sets the tone of the interfaith program going forward, and that other schools are willing to engage with us as well.
And you touched on this in an earlier answer, but do you see these sorts of interfaith programs as being a key measure towards addressing hate and building trust and knowledge between different faith groups?
Absolutely.
In Sydney,
and
if not Australia?
Absolutely. And like I said at the start, Mount Sinai is very much about being an active member of our community, and that means engaging with everybody in our community and really fostering more understanding between everybody.
At the end of your statement, you make some concluding remarks. Would you like to speak to those now?
Yeah. I was born in Australia. I've grown up in this community. Like I said, I attended Mount Sinai myself 35 years ago. I mentioned that there's always, unfortunately, been a need for security amongst Jewish Australians and Jewish institutions, but the frequency, the visibility, the intensity of these anti-Semitic attacks has fundamentally changed in the last few years. And the fact that this is being felt by the youngest and the most vulnerable, our children, is frankly devastating. It's not theoretical. This is impacting how our children come to school, how we as parents feel about sending them to school, and how our school runs on a daily basis. I mentioned earlier that my husband and my 5-year-old were at the Bondi massacre, and I continue to see those psychological and emotional effects, and it's only been made more clear to me the level of fear that I live with, my children and our whole Mount Sinai community live with. And I just really want all of our children to grow up in Australia feeling safe just being who they are.
Ms. Schwartz, thank you for coming along today to give your evidence. I have no further questions of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Commissioner, the next witness I'll call is Alex Ryvchin.
Yes.
Who will be present in the hearing room today. Please come forward.
I'll take an oath. Thank you.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Say I do.
Thank you, Mr. Ryvchin.
Thank you.
Take a seat.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Alex Ryvchin.
And you are currently the co-CEO of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry.
I am.
And you've prepared a statement dated 2nd of May 2026 for the purposes of the Commission.
Correct.
And do you have a copy of that statement
I do.
there with you? And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is, yes.
I tender that statement, which for the
Yes.
record is... no, it does not have a number that I have available at this stage, but it will be Exhibit 1-9.
8009000500005, and it'll now be Exhibit 1.9.
Commissioner. Mr. Ryvchin, you were born in Ukraine, is that right?
I was.
And then migrated to Australia as a refugee when you were 4 years old.
Correct, yeah.
Can you explain why that came about?
My family had lived in the Soviet Union and the Russian Empire before that for generations, and the condition of the Jews in that part of the world was hideous. We were subjected to state anti-Semitism, which manifested in the form of anti-Semitic laws which kept the Jews out of certain professions, regulated where we could and couldn't live. It then cascaded through the institutions, through academia, where Jews were subjected to entry quotas in universities. We were banned from certain professions entirely. And because it was so prevalent in the institutions and sanctioned by government, it then became public, it became common, it became part of the national fabric to view the Jews as being lesser human beings. And I think we've seen elements of that in this country in the last few years, where it's gone from the institutions to the mainstream. And speaking to my parents and grandparents and very many members of the Soviet Jewish community growing up and through my adult life, the thing that terrified them the most, it wasn't even the fear of the pogrom, it wasn't even the collaboration with the Nazis in World War II. It was the daily ridicule, the humiliation, the street abuse that they faced in the shop queue, on the trolley bus, in the schoolyard. The Jewish people had their lives and value wholly debased. And when that occurs, you see rampant violence when the opportunity presents itself, and you see a complete dehumanization of people. And so from my family's perspective, when the opportunity arose to leave, they seized it despite leaving penniless with meager possessions, not knowing where they were going, but they wanted to go anywhere but there to give my brother and me some opportunity of equality and freedom in this country.
And can you tell us a little bit about how they went up establishing their life in Australia?
It was a classic migrant experience. You know, my grandmother was a doctor in the Soviet Union, my grandfather was an engineer, my parents were teachers, and they came here and they had to start again. My mother worked in a pie shop, my father cleaned toilets in a synagogue and drove a cab and sold rags out of the boot of his car at Flemington markets. They made do like all migrants do. And it was obviously very difficult, but they never complained because they knew that they had given me freedom and a chance to go beyond the squalor of Jewish existence in the Soviet Union, to be judged on merits and achievement and character rather than nationality. And we faced very little anti-Semitism in our existence here. There was one incident that always stayed with me when a neighbour in the apartment above us that we had purchased in Randwick, upon learning that we were Jewish, he would stand on his balcony night after night and bellow at us and thunder, Hitler didn't finish the job, I will finish it for him. And that was an isolated incident. That doesn't mark my experience as a Jew in this country prior to October 7. But seeing the terror return to my parents' eyes in that moment, it showed me that no matter how far they sought to flee from the Soviet Union, that experience would always be with them. Anti-Semitism is something that will pursue the Jewish people no matter where we go.
And in your role as co-CEO of ECAJ, can you just tell us a little bit about what that involves and your interactions with members of the Jewish community?
Primarily it involves advocating for the Jewish people on all issues that concern and affect them, which particularly since October 7 has been soaring anti-Semitism, exclusion from cultural institutions, again the street abuse, the violence directed towards them, the lapse of security. I've dealt with hundreds of members of my community. I've counseled them through some of the most difficult times they've experienced. I've spoken to members of the LGBT community who were forced out of the Mardi Gras and prevented from marching, and I then offered to march with them in solidarity, which was an extremely uplifting experience for me and a validating experience. I've spoken to students who fear more than anything being identified with their school uniform because they would then have to answer the question of which school they belong to and reveal their Jewishness. I've spoken to small business owners who have lost everything, single mothers who have been harangued and abused and threatened online to such an extent that their lives effectively paused, they had to suspend their business. It's been a privilege to serve the community. It's been the highest honour to advocate for them in this time. But there are things happening in this country that should never have happened. And as I said, my family fled the Soviet Union to be as far physically as possible from that. But the things that we've seen in this country replicate what happened there. The rampant street abuse, the violence, the denigration, and the sheer relish with which it's inflicted on the Jewish people so often. I think there are clear parallels.
So while acknowledging the broad range of experience of the Jewish community of anti-Semitism, you yourself in your statement also set out what you've experienced by way of anti-Semitism, and that's included a large number of threats, including death threats. Is that right?
It is. Look, it's not something that I typically dwell on. I view my role and my function as advocating for others. I don't like to dwell on my own condition, but it's a part of my job and it's a part of my life. You know, we've had to appoint a security agency that reviews all the online content and the threats, because if I did that myself, it would consume my life and I'd have time for nothing else. I'm happy to tender those reports to this commission. They make for painful reading, week after week, streams of pages with abuse directed at myself. Not merely abuse. I mean, abuse is like water off a duck's back at this point. We're talking about death threats, threats against my children, my wife, people seeking out my address, threatening my home, fixated individuals. I've dealt with dozens of individuals who day after day post about me in a personal way, who trawl through family photos and repost photos of my children. I've been abused on the street, and again, that was a moment that really harkened back to the Soviet Union. To be called a Jewish dog on the streets of Sydney, it shocked me. I stood there hearing these words, and it stopped me in my tracks. And it made me realize the low point to which we've fallen as a society. The fact that to be a Jew, to represent mainstream Jewish positions in public, comes with such inherent risk, and security has then been a part of my life. And that's obviously curtailed my freedoms. It's impacted on my wife and my children, our ability to live spontaneously, to walk down the street, to walk our dog, to go to the shops without having to plan beforehand and ensure that security is in place. It angers me. It angers me that this great country, which my grandparents cherished and took immense pride in, that it has fallen to such a point. And so much of what they experienced, we're now experiencing here.
Can you take me back to the morning of 17 January 2025 when there was an attack on your former home? Take me back to that morning when you found out about it.
So we'd returned the day before from a holiday, family holiday in Brisbane, which I spent mainly doing media, as it turned out, because the day that we departed for Brisbane, there was the attempted arson attack on Newtown Synagogue, and a few days later there was a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. So I was doing a lot of media and doing a lot of work during that time. The day after we arrived back, I was scheduled to fly to Poland at 6 a.m. that morning for the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. So I was looking forward to that one day to actually recover a little bit and sort out my affairs ahead of that trip. And just before 6 a.m. my wife shook me awake and showed me her phone, and there was a video there of cars daubed with graffiti. I could see F the Jews on the back window. I could see smouldering smoke and embers and two firemen in full gear circling the car. And it didn't immediately strike me what it was or what that site was, even though it'd been our family home for 5 years and we really cherished and loved that place. But it was when I actually saw, oddly, a plant in the nature strip out in front. It was a yucca plant, which when we moved into the house, we found it shriveled and dying in the garage, and my children and I replanted it and watered it daily. We even named it. And then to see that plant, the scene of an arson attack, it really brought home what had happened, the fact that we'd been targeted. And we were immediately concerned for our children, our 3 daughters. The phone was ringing non-stop. Police, counter-terrorism, ASIO, the Prime Minister, the Premier, journalists all looking for us to confirm that it was indeed our former home that had been targeted. We sent our children away to my mother-in-law's. We didn't want them to be exposed to this. We didn't want them to overhear the conversations. And we didn't want them to be present when counter-terrorism came to our house to give us advice. And again, that made me very sad. We then went to the house and I inspected the damage, and I saw the red paint on the front wall signifying blood. I spoke to the neighbours in the adjoining property who'd lived there for 50 years, and I went into their home and they embraced me and they were fearful for my safety and I was fearful for theirs. And there was something of a house of mourning in their home. They were cycling through the emotions of grief, of shock, of anger. They couldn't believe what our city had become, that this could happen. And it really struck me again in a very personal way, because that home to me, aside from being our home where we completed our family, where we brought our youngest daughter home from the hospital, it also symbolised something very profound for me. When we moved here from the Soviet Union, my grandfather was unable to find work due to lack of English skills and ill health, and he volunteered driving a bus for the Burgess Centre, which is a Jewish community centre that provides social services for the elderly. And he would pick me up from school in that bus, and we would drive up and down that road, Military Road. It's a beautiful road with views of the harbour on one side and the Pacific Ocean on the other, and we would drop off and pick up the elderly people in the bus, and my grandfather would gaze upon that road. To him it symbolised freedom and opportunity. And I realised that when that had happened, this was a strike not merely on us and me and my family, this was a strike on the Jewish community, this was a strike on our way of life. And I could see the despair in our neighbours, in the broader community, because it constituted an escalation as well. There had been previous firebombings, vehicles, synagogues, but this was the first time a private home had been targeted, an individual had been targeted. And the police documents, the court documents revealed that the mastermind actually instructed the assailants in the use of Molotov cocktails, in the use of handguns, and it could have been far worse. There was an inferno to the power lines above. The front room of that house is where my two daughters shared a room. So had a Molotov cocktail been used, it could have been a great tragedy. But I realized in that moment that we were on a path to a catastrophe. And it seemed to me that at that point, we had passed the point at which it could be stopped. We were in a slipstream. And I addressed the media and I said that there's an evil at work in this country, and that sooner or later we're going to wake up and someone's going to be dead. And this was January, and by December, on that same road, 3 kilometres down, I know it's 3 kilometres because I used to jog it frequently to Bondi Beach, on that same road, there was a horrific massacre which has transformed us permanently.
How did you explain this attack to your children?
It was very difficult. We tried to protect them from it as much as possible, but I don't believe in deceiving my children, even though perhaps I should at times, and perhaps that was one of those times. As I said, the next morning I was bound for Poland at 6 a.m. and I left my wife to answer the questions from particularly our middle daughter, who was asking, are they still looking for our home? Why did they do this? Are we still in danger? And I still don't know how to answer those questions. I shield them from the fixated individuals, from the police action that's been initiated. They don't know about this, they will now. But it saddens me that they see this as now normal. They see this as the price of being a Jew and speaking proudly and publicly for your community in this country, that this is what it entails and this is what it comes with.
You go on to talk in your statement about learning about the Dural caravan incident. Can you tell us what sort of impact that had on you and the Jewish community?
So I'd spent 2 to 3 weeks in Poland, in Auschwitz, but also touring other Holocaust sites and learning. And as I began the flight back home, I switched on my phone, switched on the Wi-Fi a few hours into the flight just to check in with family and colleagues, which was a mistake. And news at that point in time was breaking of Dural. Now, it turned out, months later that it was a hoax and it wasn't a viable explosive, but at that point in time, it was believed that it was packed with explosives that were destined for the Jewish community. There were reports that a list of Jewish targets was enclosed within that caravan. And this occurs just several weeks after we were targeted in what they believed was our home. And my wife is texting me furiously and saying, this was about 10:30 p.m. in Sydney at the time, and she's asking, do I wake the girls and get the hell out of the house? And again, it was one of those rare times when I didn't have an answer for her. I didn't know whether it was hysterical to do so or whether we were in mortal danger at that moment. And again, my feelings are merely an exemplar of what the whole Jewish community was feeling. There was a state of sheer terror in the community. At that point in time, anything could have happened. And this is what we've had to live with and contend with for a long period of time now.
You've talked about how incidents like these and the accumulation of incidents over time also affect the way Jewish people move throughout the world, and it affects their behaviour. Can you tell us about any observations that you've made on that issue?
Yeah, look, I see this in my community. I see this in students at Moriah College who when contemplating their move to university the following year, I asked them point blank, because I could sense their tension and their anxiety about going to university. I asked them to what extent anti-Semitism factors in their choices for higher education. And every one of them, bar none, spoke about that it's a cardinal factor determining which course of study, which university is going to be more hospitable to them and accommodating of them as Jewish people. It's a scandal that needs to be the case. Every measure of security that we have, whether it be the constant police presence outside schools and synagogues, whether it be the experience of walking to and from synagogue and our homes, under helicopters overhead and police all around and cement barriers to prevent vehicular rammings, that affects people's psyche, that affects their quality of life, their sense of self, their ability to interact with the society and world around them. And so there's an immense cost, not only financially, but in terms of the psychological trauma, the change that occurs in people from having to live year after year in this state. And obviously post-Bondi, that's only been escalated further. And I think we'll see the impact of that in terms of the psychology of the community for a long time to come. The Jewish people have always carried with them an awareness that a golden age ends, and normally it doesn't end calmly, it's shattered. There's a sense that no matter how good we have it in a place at a point in time, we may always have to take flight and leave. And I've had families calling me and saying, completely calmly, saying, will you tell me when the time to go is? And I told them I would. I told them that I will counsel them and advise them. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going down with the ship if that's what is required. I love this country, and I will continue to fight for the future of this country and the future of my community in this country. But I completely understand those who are thinking about exit strategies and plan Bs. That's what's necessary. History has shown how quickly things can change, what can come from the mob. And the Jewish community in this country has been confronted by multiple mobs that have incited against us, that have shattered our sense of peace and calm and belonging in this country. And this is where we are now.
And then we come to the terrible events at Bondi, and you were particularly close to Rabbi Eli Schlanger, is that right?
Yeah.
And you knew several of the other victims and other people caught up in that event, is that right?
Yes.
And so on top of everything else that was leading up to that point, for that event to then occur, what sort of impact does that have?
Look, it broke my heart. It broke my heart. That community, the Chabad of Bondi community, I've been a part of my entire life. This is a community made up of Soviet migrants like myself, and we came to this country in very feeble, depleted circumstances. We were in a way almost pariahs within the Jewish community itself because we couldn't speak Hebrew. We were very much Soviet people, whether we like to admit it or not. The men typically weren't circumcised because that was a prohibited practice in the Soviet Union. And so we banded together and we formed a beautiful community where we supported each other, we nurtured each other. And people like Toby Raphael, people like Alex Ryvchin, people like Reuven Morrison, I've known my whole life. They've known me since I was a small child that migrated to this country. And they were tremendous human beings. They were kind, they were compassionate, they were wise, they were family people, they were patriots that adored this country. And their loss has left us bereft. And Rabbi Eli Schlanger, that's a loss that's hit me most of all. He was one of the dearest people in my life. He was my rabbi, and I realize now that I took him for granted because I thought that he would always be there. I thought that this is the guy, day or night, you call him for anything and he picks up. No one picks up these days. He would always pick up. He would never let anybody down. And it's really heartbreaking. But again, I don't want to monopolize the loss because there are hundreds of people in the Jewish community that would call him their best friend like I would. That's what he meant to people. And my loss and our loss is minuscule compared to Rabbi Engelman, his father-in-law, his wife and his 5 children, his sisters. It's a profound loss. And it's something that can't be replaced. You don't get people like Eli Schlanger. He was a phenomenal human being, and he was the beating heart of our little community. And so we have to move on, and we have to try to replace what he offered us collectively because there's no one person that will ever replace what he did.
You've also talked about what you've observed to be the normalisation of anti-Semitism, sort of moving from the shadows into the mainstream. What are some examples of that? How have you observed that manifesting in that way?
When you had the outbreak of violence in Israel on October 7, you immediately saw an eruption of, again, that familiar feeling of relish, of ascendancy. People enjoyed what they saw. The Jewish community was ripped to pieces by it. We felt a personal sense of peril and responsibility when we looked upon Jewish women being dragged by their hair to captivity, people decapitated, people's limbs being held aloft like trophies. This broke us, and yet there were people on the streets of Sydney and Lakemba cheering this as a day of pride and a day of joy. And that sparked that sense of entitlement, that ability to seize the opportunity to look upon Hamas as the example of what can be done to the Jews, how they can be brought low, humiliated, plundered and slaughtered. And the people among us, and sadly there are people among us who crave that, who want to see that, October 7 was the highest point of their lives. And so that's why you had immediately groups like the Palestine Action Group calling protests to celebrate what they called the humiliation of Israel. You have the deplorable scenes at the Opera House. Again, the sheer joy and enjoyment displayed by those people, and entirely without consequence. And when you have behavior that attracts no consequence, it becomes normalized. And when you deal with extremists motivated by hatred, there's no sense that that extremism and those activities will naturally reach the end of their course. They'll blow off a little steam. That's not how they operate. They go exactly as far as they're permitted to go. And that's why very shortly after those incidents at the Opera House and Lakemba, you saw more incidents. You saw incidents such as at Camp Cove in Watson's Bay, a man standing up on the beach and shouting for the Jews to get off the beach. That man did not become an anti-Semite on October 7. He obviously harbored those views a long time, but it gave him the permission, and the lack of response to the actions on October 8 and 9 made him feel entitled to act like a brute. When that man was confronted, he threatened to rape the wife of the man who confronted him. You had incidents like at Office Works in Melbourne, where a man sought to have a page of the Jewish News laminated and was denied service. You had a school in Sydney seeking to hire carnival equipment, jumping castles and the like, and the small business owner replied and said that they would not hire equipment to Zionists. And again, in every case, this was not done in secret. This was done with pride, openly. They thought they were acting righteously. And when you have for 2.5 years the incitement against the Jewish community, the characterization of ordinary Jewish Australians as child killers, as supporters of genocide, of course people will act against us and think they're doing something noble and righteous. So that's where you have this progression from behaviour which is normal to behaviour which is actually viewed as noble.
You've also talked about some of the conspiracy theories pervading about Jewish people, including the theory that the Adass synagogue firebombing was somehow orchestrated by Jewish people. What do those sorts of conspiracy theories tell you about the extent to which anti-Semitism has become entrenched and developed over time?
I mean, it shows the durability of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and obviously I've written about the subject, and you see over thousands of years the characterization of the Jew as being malevolent and deceptive and bloodthirsty and all-powerful and all-controlling. It has never changed, and that's what makes it so potent. It's exactly that consistency. And of course, seeing our synagogues burned, seeing our homes attacked, for the good and decent in this country, which is the overwhelming majority of Australians, they're appalled and shocked by it. But for those who are fixed in their hatred of the Jewish people, they can't bring themselves to accept that this has happened, and that perhaps in some way they're even responsible for it. So their response is to deny. And we've seen this with the Holocaust. It stems from that sort of pathology as well, where you have millions of individual crimes of slaughter and plunder and torture, and yet people can deny the Holocaust. So of course, if they can deny the Holocaust, they will deny the Adass Israel synagogue burning. They will claim that Bondi itself was a false flag, a Mossad operation. And what we've seen is that this is not confined to the dark recesses of society, the irrational, the paranoid. You see eminent Australians in certain cases, including cardiologists, talking about ASIO being infiltrated by the Zionist lobby. These are educated people who hold these views. And it shows the severity of anti-Semitism. And it shows, again, its normalisation, because those words were uttered in plain sight at a public forum. You have a Greens Member of Parliament talking about Jewish tentacles wrapped around power and influence in this country. These conspiracy theories abound us now. They've been normalised. And so inevitably you're going to have people who view the Jews as being a unique threat and menace, which warrants any act against us, up to and including our slaughter.
You conclude your statement with some comments about the way forward. Would you like to speak to that topic now?
I still firmly believe in the greatness of this country and the fundamental goodness of Australians. It's something that I've experienced my whole life, notwithstanding what's occurred in the past 2.5 years. And I still believe paramount that you have to have education to drive out the ignorance, and you have to have engagement, because when you have engagement between Jews and non-Jews, the mythology that ensnares us is pushed to the side. People see the Jews for who they are, and they're less willing to believe the nonsense that is said about us. And when you have people talking for the denial, advocating for the denial of cultural safety to the Jewish people, trying to purge public institutions and cultural space of Jews, the reason for doing so is to prevent us from showing the world who we are. We're numerically minuscule. Most Australians will never interact with Jewish people, but it's through our contributions to this country, to the science, to the wealth, to the culture of this place, that we show our humanity, which is precisely why people seek to prevent us from doing so. I also believe, as I've said, in consequences. That is the only way we'll restore this country to what it once was, which was a fair place. There have to be consequences, social, political, legal consequences. The criminal justice system has to play its part. But ultimately, I still believe that things can be brought back to somewhere of what they were, or perhaps we can get to somewhere better. But I'm concerned. I'm concerned for the future of this country, for the safety of my own children. And this is the state we find ourselves in. I think it's tragic.
Thank you for coming to give your evidence today.
Thank you so much.
I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
You're excused.
Thank you.
Ms Phillips will take the next witness.
Ms Phillips.
Commissioner, our next witness is Rabbi Benjamin Elton.
Solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Ms Phillips.
Can you please state your name?
Benjamin Elton.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You are the Chief Minister of the Great Synagogue in Sydney.
That's right.
And you've prepared a statement to the Royal Commission that's dated the 1st of May 2026.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of your statement with you?
I do.
And are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
I tender that statement, Commissioner. The ID is stat.899.0042.0001R.
Yes. So that will become Exhibit 1.10.
You're an ordained rabbi and you also have a PhD in Jewish history?
That's right.
And how long have you been the rabbi or the chief minister at the Great Synagogue?
Since late 2015.
And can you tell us a little bit about the synagogue and its history?
We are the descendant synagogue of the first community that emerged in Sydney in Australia. First Jews came in 1788 on the First Fleet, and they started assembling for prayer in the 1820s, and the community that grew out eventually became the Great Synagogue, which opened its premises on Elizabeth Street in 1878, and we've been worshipping there and holding other functions there ever since.
And the synagogue at the moment, it's used for regular prayer services?
That's right. Every day of the week, apart from Sunday, and also regular life cycle events, social function, cultural functions, educational events, and so on.
And in your statement, you've said that since, in particular, the 7th October 2023, the synagogue has been subjected to multiple incidents of anti-Semitism.
That's correct.
And its congregants as well.
That's right.
I'm going to ask you about some of these. Could I take you to paragraph 21 of your statement? You've referred in that part of your statement to a protest spilling over towards the area where the synagogue is situated from the park across the road. Can you describe what happened on that day in July of 2024?
Protests have been taking place in Hyde Park on a very regular basis, and on this occasion it was actually a cultural educational event in the morning, and then in the afternoon we became aware that a large Sanction Israel banner had been paraded past the synagogue. We think at around the same time Free Palestine stickers had been attached to the front gates of the synagogue, and this was very concerning for the synagogue and its members.
And so the banner that you say was paraded outside, that said on it, Sanction Israel?
Yes, that's right. Across the whole width of the front of the synagogue.
And it was walked down the street past
That's
the
what we
synagogue.
believe happened, yes.
Rabbi, there were times during the Israel-Hamas war when there were a number of people in the community calling for political pressure to be placed on the government of Israel. Can you explain what it was that troubled you about a banner being placed outside or paraded past the synagogue with the word Sanction Israel on it?
When you have a banner outside a synagogue that says Sanction Israel, you are alliing Israel and the Australian Jewish community. And you are creating a connection there. You're holding Jews in Australia responsible for any actions of the Israeli government you feel are reprehensible. And that is the gateway through which anti-Zionism or anti-Israel action becomes anti-Semitism, because Jews become the targets in the eyes of critics, the legitimate targets for any resentment towards the government of Israel, towards hatred. Hatred for Israel becomes hatred for Jews, because now Jews are identified as responsible for Israel, and then that hatred eventually leads to violence.
And the stickers that you mentioned being placed at the front of the synagogue, did it seem to you that the synagogue had been specifically targeted along that thoroughfare?
Yes, indeed. We're not aware of stickers being generally placed along Elizabeth Street, but when they came to the synagogue, that was the location when they sought to apply their stickers. This reflects a different incident in which one of the participants in a march on a different occasion posted a video to YouTube in which she videoed the front of the synagogue, videoed the back of the synagogue, clearly trying to identify the synagogue as somehow a target or a focus, at least in her mind, for this demonstration.
And the stickers, what were some of the phrases on the stickers that you've seen on the outside of the synagogue?
My understanding was it was Free Palestine.
And in that context, do you see the placement of a sticker on the synagogue facade that says Free Palestine to be anti-Semitic?
I think it's the same phenomenon as Sanction Israel, because the Great Synagogue is not capable of doing anything towards freeing Palestine, whatever that means. There are many interpretations of it. We are a Australian Jewish congregation. We do not have a foreign policy, and we don't have jurisdiction in that part of the world.
Rabbi, we've heard some evidence earlier about the caravan that was discovered in Jurel, and that's something that you've mentioned in your witness statement as well. And you've mentioned that, to your awareness, police located that caravan at the time thought to contain explosives, and inside it a note, you said in your statement, that had the words "fuck the Jews" and also the address of the Great Synagogue. What was the reaction to that incident amongst your congregation?
Extraordinary concern. that we should be the target of what seemed at the time to be a very, very dangerous attempted assault on the synagogue, possibly with many people inside it at the time. There was a very high level of concern, and whether or not that the contents proved to be live ammunition, live explosives, the terror that it unleashed in the minds of the congregation was just as potent when we became aware of that caravan.
And what sort of conversations were you having with members of your congregation in the wake of those revelations?
People were asking whether we were safe and whether we could carry on going about our regular services and regular activities with a sense of safety in attending the synagogue.
And what did you tell them as their rabbi?
I didn't want to make any false promises. As a rabbi, I want to make sure that my community can carry on functioning. We can carry on living as Jews, worshipping as Jews, supporting each other, something that all religious communities do. But until I was confident that we really were not in danger, I couldn't give false promises to my community.
And Rabbi, then at paragraph 26 of your witness statement, you refer to an incident on a Friday night involving some of the synagogue's congregants. What was told to you about what had happened to them?
They came down from where they'd been having dinner with friends of theirs who live in the city. They came out of the building in which their friend lived, and they were both verbally and physically assaulted by people who recognised them as Jewish and targeted them as such.
And they'd been at the synagogue earlier that evening before
That's
the
right.
dinner?
They'd gone from the synagogue to dinner, as is customary, and then they were leaving at the end of the evening.
And then you've referred to another incident at paragraph 29 of your statement on a Shabbat or a Saturday afternoon in your own home. What happened then?
We were gathering. There was a presentation by a visiting scholar from the United States. The front door of my home was open. It was the summer, we wanted some airflow, and somebody yelled through the front door where my congregants and my children were all gathered. You Jews are effed, was what he shouted.
And he didn't say effed, did he?
No, he didn't.
And that was in, you said early summer 2025.
That's right.
So December of last year.
That's right.
And you've also referred to people yelling things from vehicles as you've been walking from your home to and from synagogue. What sorts of things have been yelled in your direction?
There were two incidents. One was when somebody yelled, "Do you go home?" or along those lines. I was walking down the street and he was walking towards me and walked past me and shouted that as he passed me. And I was so taken aback I didn't respond and kept walking. And the second time was somebody shouted from a moving white van, also some general anti-Semitic slur, as I was walking down Oxford Street.
And you held a Passover service this year in April of 2026 at the synagogue. What happened to some of the congregants of your community who attended that service?
As they left the building, somebody started mumbling or shouting at them vague, incoherent anti-Semitic abuse.
You've also referred in your statement, and in particular at about paragraphs 33 and 34, to the experiences of some of the staff who work at the synagogue. Now, but before I ask you about what that involved, can you just give us a picture? What sort of day-to-day work and duties do synagogue staff who are not the rabbi carry out?
They make sure that people who are booking their child's bar or bar mitzvah or wedding, all those arrangements are made. They make sure that school tours are taking place. They make sure that we send emails to our congregants reminding them about events. Just everything to keep the synagogue running smoothly.
And you've referred to staff receiving abusive phone calls. That's at the synagogue office line?
That's right, yes.
You've referred to some in particular from March of this year. What do you understand the caller said to staff when the phone connected?
That we're coming to get you. And that, of course, is very frightening for our staff, and they were cautious about coming to work after that.
And did they express to you any concerns about continuing to work in their current roles with the synagogue?
They didn't suggest themselves resigning from their role, and I was very grateful for their resilience, but I think they were being urged by some of those who love them that maybe they should look elsewhere for employment.
And you've also described that the staff that you've mentioned, in addition to their usual duties, so booking weddings or sending out circulars to the congregation, have been required to act as surrogate security guards. Can you describe to us what that involves?
We have a system whereby you have to buzz on the door to be allowed into an airlock, and then you buzz again to get into the building proper. We don't have, for financial reasons, a security guard on permanently whenever the office is open, and therefore anybody who is working the office, or myself, is able to let people in or refuse them entry. So we really are being asked to serve as surrogate security guards, even though that is not what we were employed to do.
And you've referred in your statement as well to some of the human consequences for the staff that have to bear the brunt of these sorts of duties in addition to their usual duties. What's the mental toll that has?
I think it's tremendous. There's a lot of stress and distress, and they show it. As I say, they are resilient, and I'm grateful for that. But the pressure on any human being in that situation, month after month, for now 2.5 years, is going to take a toll.
And you've also mentioned engagement with the synagogue's social media page. In the ordinary course, what's the social media page of a synagogue used to promote or advertise?
Celebrations and events and anniversaries, everything in a very positive, encouraging light.
And over the last couple of years, have you seen an increase in particular kinds of comments that have been made on the social media pages of the synagogue?
That's right. You'll have ranging from Free Palestine to explicitly anti-Semitic comments, which whoever spots it first, and several of us have access to the social media pages and ability to delete comments that are offensive. Whoever sees it first goes in and deletes it.
And have you considered putting a block on posts so that people can't put comments of that kind, and have made an active decision not to do that?
At a certain point on individual posts we've removed the ability to comment, but of course one of the purposes of social media is to encourage engagement and interaction, and you don't just want to be broadcasting out, you want to have a backwards and forwards relationship with your congregation, and it'd be a great shame if we had to cut down the ability for people to engage with us.
And you've referred in your statement to some of the ways in which protest activity in the park adjacent to the synagogue, in Hyde Park in particular, since late 2023 has affected use of and access to the synagogue. Are you able to give some examples of how access has been impacted?
Very often we're told not to leave by the normal exit, but to leave by a different exit. We're told by CSG, on the basis of their analysis, that we have to make sure we're out of the building by a certain time, so our events can't run in the normal way that we would wish them to. And sometimes people have decided to take their events elsewhere and not hold them in the synagogue because they're worried about, at the very least, their guests being abused or being distressed as they come into or they leave the synagogue.
You've given a reference in your statement to one function in particular, a bat mitzvah, that was relocated away from the synagogue at short notice. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, the family, which is a very involved family in the congregation, involved over many generations, they approached us and they said they'd feel much more comfortable, given the attention around the synagogue, to have their event elsewhere. And so that's what we did. Through the very kind cooperation of a different synagogue some distance away, We essentially used their premises, and myself and my cantor decamped, as it were, to that other synagogue, and we ran the bat mitzvah there instead. But it was a great shame because all of that family's life cycles were taking place in the great synagogue, and this one couldn't. And we did our best to make sure that the girl had the most positive possible experience, and I hope it didn't detract, but there nevertheless was a regret that had to happen.
And you've made mention to, you might like some of your Orthodox members of your congregation to always be walking to synagogue perhaps, but you've referred to some people taking point-to-point transport, whether taxis or Ubers, to come to services. What have they told you that they tell their taxi drivers or put into their Uber requests when they're coming to synagogue?
That they never will put in the address of the synagogue. They'll always put in a cafe nearby or a hotel next door because they don't want anyone to know where they're going.
And you've also referred to a Women of Worth event that took place. What was that event directed to?
That's about fostering support amongst women in the congregation, panels, food, celebration, dance. It's a very popular and positive event that takes place once every 1 or 2 years.
And when was it most recently held?
I'd have to check on the time, but a few months ago.
And what did attendees communicate to you who were due to come to that event?
Their deep concerns about attending and what they'd be faced with if they tried to come through the door, which is very distressing, that it should sap energy and positivity away from such a beneficial event.
If I can direct you to paragraph 41 of your witness statement, you've said there that the synagogue has always endeavoured to be a centre for social cohesion. How has it sought to do that?
We have literally thousands of students coming through our doors every year. They see a synagogue, often for the first time. I make sure that whenever I can, I give a question-answer session. They can ask me any question they like. They can talk to a rabbi and ask anything they choose about the Jewish religion, the Jewish community, Jewish history in Australia or elsewhere. And they have a positive, welcoming experience of the Jewish community. In addition, we have non-Jews attending all of our services. Obviously those who are decided to convert to Judaism, that's to be expected. But there are also people who have chosen not to convert, but they say, we'd like to come to a service, and we always say, as soon as you have completed the security process, by all means, you're very welcome. So we have this regular and welcome non-Jewish presence at our services. We have teachers, we have senior groups. We want to make ourselves as open as possible. Open Sydney, which is an event across the whole of Sydney where historical buildings are opened up. I believe, and I'm proud to say, we have the largest attendance of any of the buildings in that day-long programme, and that's a great source of great pride for us, because we see ourselves in the Great Synagogue, in terms of the building, as really a jewel for all Australians, and a resource and something which all Australians can feel that they have a connection to, that it's part of their heritage as well.
It really is a beautiful building. And you've said in your statement, Rabbi, this is at paragraph 42, that you believe that an important part of social cohesion means ensuring that double standards do not operate when it comes to the Jewish community and anti-Semitism. Can you expand on what you mean by that and the idea of double standards?
Yes, I think that anti-Semitism must be treated as seriously as any other form of bigotry, and that excuses are not made when it comes to anti-Semitism, that when there is violence against Jews, it is not finessed as having certain causes or certain background, which means it should be downplayed and not taken as seriously. Yes, you should understand, but is a phrase that should not be permitted about anti-Semitism any more than prejudice against LGBT people or members of other ethnic groups. That should apply equally to Jews.
And what about when it comes to anti-Semitism itself?
How do you say?
Maybe I'll invite you to have a look at what you said at paragraph 42 of your statement.
Yes. So you hear two very strange and contradictory suggestions. On the one hand, there is a general decrying of the idea or the suggestion that people make that Jews are eliding anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism in an attempt to shut down any criticism of the state of Israel. They will say, if as soon as you criticise Bibi Netanyahu, you are accused of anti-Semitism. I believe that's a way of weaponising anti-Semitism against the Jewish community and accusing us of crying wolf. Because you also hear very regularly, well, you can't be surprised that there is increased hatred towards Jews because of the actions of the state of Israel. Now that second statement seems to me to be itself a eliding of what Israel does and the way that Jews here should be treated or held responsible. And once you say that, once you say, well, you can't be surprised at anti-Semitism because of what's going on in Israel, that again, like that Sanction Israel banner outside the Great Synagogue, is opening the door to holding Jews here responsible, for excusing it when Jews are held responsible, even in very violent ways.
Rabbi, do I take it that a sign saying Sanction Israel displayed outside the Parliament House you would not view as anti-Semitic?
No, I would not.
Rabbi, on the 17th of December 2025, last year, in the aftermath of the attack of Bondi, you delivered some remarks at an interfaith memorial that was held on the steps of St Mary's Cathedral. That was in the presence of the Archbishop of Sydney, the Prime Minister, the Premier of New South Wales. You've included part of the speech that you gave on that occasion in your witness statement to the Royal Commission. It's at paragraph 43. I wondered if I could invite you to share those remarks with the Royal Commission today.
Certainly. Over the past 2 years, anti-Semitism in Australia has run riot. It has not been checked, it has not been stopped. Whatever has been done has been insufficient. On Sunday evening, which was the 14th of December, that became an inarguable fact. The time for evading or muddying the issue is over. The time for distracting, for gaslighting, for manufacturing complexity that does not exist is over. We can have all the political disagreements in the world, and we should be able to express them reasonably, but hateful rhetoric has to stop, demonization has to stop. Pandering to movements that want to kill every Jew everywhere has to stop. It falls to all leaders of all groups and communities to set an example and to call out when their example is not followed. Let no one deny what globalize the Intifada means. It means Jewish blood on the sands of Bondi Beach. How has it come to this? In our beautiful country, beautiful in its nature and its people, a place some of us have chosen to make our home and raise our families, and a place where some of us were lucky enough to be born. How can we reclaim the decent Australia we thought was unbreakable? Preventing a repetition, God forbid, of this atrocity will require wisdom and effort. There are no simple and easy solutions. This event cannot be blamed on lax gun control, even though it's always worth examining who can have access to firearms. It will not be stopped by putting the Jewish community behind higher walls or increasing security at events, even though we do need and we should be given additional security infrastructure and human protection if necessary. The answer cannot be ghettos for our own protection. That is both impractical and immoral. The most difficult issue is the hateful and murderous attitudes towards Jews that have in recent times come to infest our society. Tackling that is a long-term problem, but the work must begin now. There is a report on dealing with this problem from the Special Anti-Semitism Envoy. It exists. It has been delivered to the government, and now there must be an explicit, direct response and action. The first duty of a state is to defend its citizens, all its citizens, including its Jewish citizens. I have no doubt that our political leaders believe that as much as I do, but now we must see concrete steps being taken.
Thank you, Rabbi. Commissioner, that concludes my questions.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you.
You're excused.
Commissioner Ms Hager will be taking our next witness.
Yes.
I now call Toby Raphael, who will be present in the hearing room.
Yes.
swear by Almighty God that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Raphael.
Thank you,
Take
Commissioner.
a seat.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Toby Raphael.
And you're currently the Vice President of Newtown Synagogue, is
That's
that
correct, yes.
And you've prepared 2 statements for the purposes of this commission. The first is dated 24 April 2026, is that right?
That's correct.
I tender that statement. It is stat.899.0005.0001_R.
Yes, well, that will become Exhibit 1.11.
And I take it that statement is still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
That is.
And this second statement is dated 2nd of May 2026, is that right?
That's correct.
And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yeah, that is correct, yeah.
All right, I tender that statement. That is stat.899.0049.0011.
Yes, that will be Exhibit 1.12.
I will also now tender separately some photographs that Mr. Raphael has included in his statement. The first is stat.899.0025.0002, which is a photograph of the synagogue. That will be Exhibit 1-13.
Yes, that will be Exhibit 1.13. Are these photographs going to be brought up on during the course of the evidence?
Yes. There's another photograph, stat.899.0025.0003. I tender
That'll be
that
Exhibit
photograph.
1.14.
Another photograph, stat.899.0025.0004. I tender that.
Yes, Exhibit 1.15.
And finally, another photograph of the synagogue, stat.899.0025.0005. I tender that.
Yes, Exhibit 1.16.
Thank you for bearing with me while I went through that process, Mr. Raphael. You've held your role as Vice President of the synagogue since October 2017, is that right?
Approximately.
But you've been involved on the board for most of the past 26 years, approximately?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. You were born in England?
That's correct.
And you came to Australia in 1978?
Yeah.
And you make the observation in your statement that the Australia you arrived in as a child is not the same Australia you live in today. Could you just contrast for us the experience you had as a child in Australia to now?
As a Jewish Australian or just as a general Australian?
Whichever you'd like to address.
Right. Look, I mean, I arrived in this country from England and lived in the inner west of Sydney when I arrived. It was a very different place then than it was than it is now. But you know, I was treated as an equal person. No one cared that I was a Jew. No one, you know, everyone was mateship, and we hung around the Balmain area and got up to mischief and did things, and life was a lot freer and easier. And I love this country, you know. I mean, I would go back to England a lot to travel to visit my family, but I was always fly back over the country and look over the harbour and just imagine this was my new home, you know. And I love the country. It was just an easy life. You know, the sun shone, things were easy, barbecues, swimming, lifestyle was a nice lifestyle.
And you've set out in your statement some of the experiences that you, the synagogue, have had in terms of anti-Semitism. The first is about a protest that you encountered at Sydney University in April of 2024. Can you just talk us through how you came upon that protest and what you experienced?
So I went to synagogue for Passover. I can't remember which day, of the first 2 days or the last 2 days. And as I was driving back home from the synagogue, I have to go down City Road, and I noticed there was a very loud protest occurring just in the
main square, I think they call it, near City Road, where Sydney University starts. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to stop and find out what it's all about. I was inquisitive. I still have my yarmulke on from being at synagogue, and I went there and I was just really just looking around and just hearing all the hatred and the disgusting words. And then, I don't know, some guy just came up to me and just said, "You dirty fucking pig Jew," right to my face, this close, and spat in my face. And the security there did nothing but just stood next to me and like, "Oh, would you like to move to a safer place? Maybe you should leave." You know, it was nothing about the protesters. It was nothing about, you know, it was about not even really protecting me. Just like, get out of here. Do you know what I mean? Like, you felt like an inferior individual to be, yeah.
And so you said you were wearing your yarmulke, just for those who may not know.
Skull
Can you
cap.
explain what that is and what that means to you?
Yeah, so as a skull cap, it's not something I wear normally. But I was coming from the synagogue, so I probably still had it on my head. And but it means, you know, it means that I'm recognised as a Jew. Yeah.
And so when you walked away from that experience,
Shell
how did you
shocked.
feel?
Shell shocked. I was in trauma. I couldn't believe it. I was probably quite livid, to be honest. And it's just the whole aspect of what's been going on over the last period of time for people, Jewish people in Australia. You know, this just anti-Jew protesting that is horrible. I mean, to be on the other side of it is not a nice feeling. Yeah.
You then go on to talk about the vandalism attack at Newtown Synagogue.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what happened on the morning of 11th of January 2025?
Just summarise.
In your own words.
No, so yeah. I got a phone call about 8 o'clock in the morning from another member of the community saying that the police were on site. There'd been a anti-Semitic incident. I just quickly got dressed, drove straight to my wife and drove straight to the synagogue. Upon arriving, police were already there, and as the statement shows, there was just swastikas all over the fence. I wasn't surprised, as I write in my statement. I mean, a week before, the Alawa synagogue had faced the same type of anti-Semitism, and you heard from Alex a few days later that there was more. So you could feel there was a pattern of things occurring, and so I immediately sort of sprung into action. The first thing I did was call the council, because I know they offer free getting rid of graffiti. So they were very good and they came very quickly, but they couldn't do their job because the police were taking forensics.
So I might just bring up now a photograph of what you saw. So if the operator could bring up, please, and show on the live stream Exhibit 1-13, Stat 8999 0025 0002. Right, so you can see there some swastikas on the fence. That is the front fence of the synagogue.
That is the new front fence, yeah.
When you say new, when was that installed? It
was installed about 2 years ago.
Okay.
There used to be an old brick fence that was probably as old as the synagogue. The synagogue was about 1919. Children used to play out the front. There was no issues with the Newtown synagogue is located in a cul-de-sac in North Newtown. Anyway, and it's a very family-friendly small street. And we used to have just bars across where you see the metal bars now, and these were asked to be made higher by the security people at the time, but council asked them to be reduced. And they were just horizontal bars, and the kids used to play and jump on them, and it was all like that. Anyway, so we built a new fence, and this is how it is. Yeah.
Was there a particular event that prompted the building of the fence, or was it just...
No, just a general upgrade of the Safer Securities grant that the federal government was offering. Yeah.
Right. So you said the police attended the scene that day, is that right?
Yeah, they were there prior to me arriving.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they also discovered evidence of attempted arson as well, is that
Yeah,
right?
that was later in the morning. So when they first arrived, they were just doing stuff, and then as they slowly started walking around and more police arrived, and they started checking further and further into the street, and there's a whole lot of large oak trees in the middle of the street, and they found some accelerant further down the street. Yeah.
And so at this time on Saturday morning there was a service at the synagogue, is that
Yeah,
right?
it was, yeah. Most of these events usually occur on Jewish festivals or Jewish Sabbath, or when they know that they're going to get maximum impact. Yeah, so there was a service. Yeah.
And how did the congregants react to this event?
Look, most congregants were obviously relatively scared. I just said to the rabbi at the time to just get on with the service. You know, we can't let this stop us. And I'll look after the police and everything outside, and just continue and going on with what you need to do on the inside and run the service as normal. So we tried to behave like nothing had happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said you had these sort of mixed feelings, that you were disgusted on the one hand, but on the other hand you just saw it as normal. Can you tell us about how you hold those two feelings together at the one time?
Well, the country is against Jews. Well, I know maybe a small minority of the country, but on one hand, it's livid and it's horrible to see a whole lot of swastikas sitting on the front fence of the synagogue. But at the same time, based on what had occurred in the prior weeks, it was evident that this was going to happen. And Newtown is not an area where it's not the eastern suburbs. It's more of a multicultural area. It's probably more left-leaning, let's say, and the member for Newtown, the state member for Newtown, was quoted by Alex Ryvchin previously of saying things about anti-Semitic tropes about octopuses and tentacles. So we live we operate in Newtown Synagogue in a difficult area for Jewish people, and so I wasn't surprised in that respect, but I'm horrified at the same time, because it's just, why does someone want to put swastikas on the front of a synagogue? What benefit are they getting? Just try and scare us? I don't know, yeah.
And were people scared, and has that affected?
I think the kids are scared. The kids are scared, yeah. At that time we had a temporary, our rabbi was on holiday, so we had another rabbi, and he had a few children. I mean, and it's not normal for them to see this sort of thing, It's just, yeah.
Yeah. Have you noticed, though, any drop in attendance at services on a Saturday morning?
No,
since then?
No, we don't have a huge congregation at Newtown, but no, I mean, the community's stronger than ever. Yeah, the community's stronger than ever. But the element of, this is a synagogue now that has cameras inside it, screens everywhere, everything's alarmed, and, the windows have been replaced, and now the congregants are telling me to frost the windows because the rabbi's worried about being shot. Because previously the windows were frosted and they were old windows, and we had them replaced because they weren't secure enough, and now we lets much more light into the synagogue, but everyone's petrified of being attacked. It's just it's difficult.
I can imagine. In your second statement, you talk about 14 December 2025 and where you were that evening. Can you talk us through what was happening at the synagogue that night?
Yeah. So on the 14th of December, Newtown Synagogue was also holding its annual Hanukkah celebration, which we've been holding for 100 years, hopefully, down in the local park, which is adjacent to the synagogue. And I was asked by the congregation and the board to give a speech, and then following my speech, the Lord Mayor was going to speak, and the member for Sydney was going to speak thereafter. We had a couple of hundred people there. Kids were playing. There was a three-piece music band going. There was a guy on the bagpipes. It's a lovely atmosphere, And not only that, on that day, the local street wanted to hold their Christmas party. And when they understood that we were also holding the Hanukkah party, we all decided to hold a joint Hanukkah and Christmas party together. So there was a real mix of people at the event, all the locals and whatever. And then basically I was giving my speech, and I was sort of standing here, and behind me was the Hanukkah, the menorah, and Clover and Tanya were here, and there was a bit of the rabbi and the rabbi's wife were behind me. And I was standing up delivering the speech, and there was a lot of noise behind me. And it's not normal when you're delivering a speech to hear a lot of noise sitting behind you. Anyway, I kept plodding on with the speech, and basically the noise keeps going, and then the rabbi goes, "Light the menorah, light the menorah." Anyway, I kept talking, and as soon as I finished the speech, I turned around, and we were told by CSG, evacuate immediately. There's been a shooting in Bondi Beach. The two dignitaries had to leave straight away. They had their own vehicles or whatever. The rest of the congregation, all we did was quickly pack down all the equipment, everything that we had to evacuate out of the park. We had 2 police and 2 CSG on duty for our event. And as we were packing up, we got wind of exactly what had happened. And thank God that we had evacuated so quickly. And as I said to both Clover and Tanya afterwards, that could easily have been us. You just don't know where these people are going to choose to get you. Yeah.
You conclude that statement by talking about the ongoing trauma of that day.
Yeah.
What does that mean for you going forward?
Look, I think you're always going to remember the first day. I say in my report 14th of December, but I think effectively it'll be remembered to me as the first day of Hanukkah. You know, this happened, and it changed the course of my life, and it changed the course, unfortunately, of so many other people's lives. And I mean, that's why we're sitting here today, you know. And you know, and it's difficult. You know, I go to Bondi Beach a lot. You see the menorah and the memorial that just sits there. You're reminded of it all the time. That's not a bad thing, but it's also not a good thing. And you know, I was on duty, parent security group duty at my son's school on last Friday, and out the front of the school there was 3 parent security people, 4 security guards with guns, and 2 police from Operation Shelter. Well, why do kids have to go to school like that? Just because they're Jews? It's not right. Why do I have to go once a term to help be on security at the school? Standing there, watching, looking, trying to understand what's going on. You know, is that person going to do something? Is that person going to do something? This is the world that the Jews of Australia live in now. And it needs to change.
And Mr. Raphael.
Yes, Commissioner.
Before the Hamas attack on Israel,
yes,
did you have anything like this level of apprehension?
No, never. Mm-hmm. I'm the person, everyone said you need security at the synagogue. I said, you don't need security at the synagogue. This is Newtown. No one's, who's going to come here and find us? Now everyone is scared all the time. Yeah.
Thank you for
You're
coming to
welcome.
give your evidence today.
Thank you, Mr. Raphael. You're excused.
Commissioner, the next witness that I'd like to call is Peter Halasz, OAM.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
You take a seat, Mr. Halas.
Could you please state your name?
Peter Halasz.
And you have provided a statement to the Royal Commission dated the 1st of May 2026.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of your statement in front of you?
Yes.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct
Yes.
to the best of your belief? Commissioner, I tender that statement, stat.8999.0035.0001R.
Yes, that will become Exhibit 1.17.
Mr. Halas, can I ask you to commence your evidence before the Commission today by reading out what you've written in your statement at paragraphs 4 and 5?
Sure. I'm a Jewish Australian. I make this submission as a survivor of the Holocaust, a former refugee and a proud Australian citizen. I'm 86 years old. I have lived through the worst of what hatred can do to people, and I have also experienced the best of what an open, tolerant society can offer. I give this testimony because I believe both experiences are relevant to the work of this Royal Commission, and because I feel a deep obligation to speak while I still can. I ask the Commission to receive this testimony in the spirit of which it's offered, not with bitterness, but with urgency and with a genuine desire to serve our nation and the many Jewish and other peace-loving Australians who called it home. What is happening in Australia today is not a faint echo of a distant past. For those of us who lived through the 1930s and 1940s, it is something we recognize, and that recognition is frightening and cause for alarm.
You were born in 1939 in Budapest, Hungary.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your early childhood in Budapest?
Yeah, I was. The war started about a month before I was born, the Second World War. My grandfather, my mother's parents, were wealthy Germans, not Germans, merchants, and my father was working for my grandfather. They had a carpet business. My father at one time lived in London in 1930s, and he saw what was going on in Germany, and he said to his future father-in-law and his parents as well, they should leave Hungary because he could see what was going on in Germany and what was going to happen in Hungary. And I said, you're crazy, we're living in a society, we've got plenty of money, we're living well, we're not leaving. And of course, history didn't quite bear that out. My father was called up into the army, but Jewish soldiers were not soldiers, they were laborers. And the conditions in the Soviet Union where they were sent were dreadful. Temperatures went down -25, -28 in the winter. They had no proper clothing or shoes or decent food. My father was lucky, he had a driver's license and he was sitting in a cab of a truck driving, and that saved his life. His two brothers perished in the conditions. But my father, surviving the labor camp, was then sent to Bergen-Belsen, to a concentration camp, which was dreadful in itself. And my mother and her parents remained in Budapest. My grandparents, my mother's parents, went into hiding in someone's apartment, and my mother and I also went into hiding somewhere else. On December the 15th, and it's ridiculous, but the December events sort of remind me of almost the same date. December the 15th, it was my grandfather's birthday, 1944. My mother couldn't let the day go by without visiting him, and she kissed me goodbye, and that was the last time I saw her. I was 5 years old. She went to visit her parents, and while she was visiting her parents, the Hungarian Nazis raided the building, took all the Jews down to the banks of the Danube River and shot them all. If you ever go to Budapest, there are statues of the shoes in brass commemorating the place. There were probably about 40,000 Jews were shot at that point. We knew what happened because there was a young boy amongst them, and he said to the Nazi, "Don't shoot me, I'm just a kid." And he gave him a shove in the butt. He fell in the river, and clambered out later on and told us what had happened. the guy who we were hiding with was very kind the next morning, worrying that we might be the next ones to be searched, put me on his shoulders, and great risk to himself, because he could have been stopped, and a Jewish child, he would have been shot alongside with me. But he found a place outside in the outskirts of Budapest. After walking about 25 kilometers, he placed me with a family who didn't have children, and they thought that they would adopt me. During this time, Budapest was under air raids. The Americans were raiding the city and bombing the city, and the Soviets were at the border of the city chasing the Germans who were retreating back to Germany. But every time there was a bombing and the raids would come, we'd rush down into the cellar, not knowing if the building above us might collapse, and we'd never get back up. So it was quite a worrying time.
You've said in your statement that you survived because of the extraordinary courage by that man who removed you and took you.
Yes,
to
and the people who looked after me, because again, they were Christians and they didn't have to hide a Jewish boy. If they would have been searched and I would have been discovered, they would have been just as much trouble as I would have. And it was really the single extraordinary courage of these people that I'm still here.
What was the fate of many of the Jews in Hungary
Well,
after 1944?
About 400,000 of them were sent to Auschwitz. Most of them were killed. A lot of them were shot in Budapest. And like my father, a few of them were sent to Bergen-Belsen, Theresienstadt, and some of the other concentration camps.
And when the war ended, your father somehow found his way back to
Yeah,
Budapest from Bergen-Belsen?
when the war ended, my grandmother, my father's mother and father survived the war in the Budapest ghetto, and my grandmother eventually found me, and after a big battle with the family that was hiding me, I went to live with her and my grandfather. My grandfather was a headmaster of a school, and he went back to work almost straight away after the war finished. And Budapest was a total mess, but they started to clean up the streets, and public transport slowly started up. And one day there was a knock on the door, and my father stood there. He managed to get back from Bergen-Belsen. He was very sick and very thin, but my grandmother brought him back to life. But you can imagine the emotional feelings that he had. His wife was killed, his parents-in-law were killed, two brothers, his brothers' families, all gone.
And after the Nazis or the Aracross had left Hungary, the Soviets took control.
Yeah, there was a democracy for about 3 years. In 1950, the communists took over. 1949, 1950, the communists took over, and Hungary became a communist dictatorship. It was just as bad as the Germans, to be honest. Whilst they weren't just after the Jews, they were after anybody who they considered to be a capitalist, and that could be just one person owning a little grocery shop.
You said in your statement, anti-Semitism did not disappear with the Nazis.
No,
it
it
simply
didn't
changed
disappear.
uniform.
I mean, just to give you an example, I lived in a camp in Austria for 7 months, waiting for my passport to come to Australia, and I couldn't have a bath in the common showers because they would have seen that I'm circumcised, that I'm Jewish. And so I went to the Innsbruck city bath to have a private bath.
I want to ask you how you made your way to Austria. In October 1956.
In 1956, the revolution broke out, and the revolution was lasted probably about 6-7 days, and then the Russians came with their tanks, and after the revolution, the city was destroyed almost to the same extent, at least parts of the city, as it was during the Second World War. The Russians really destroyed the city again.
That was a revolution to
that
try
was
and
the
uprise
revolution,
against the Soviet
uprising.
Union.
It was mostly led by the students, and we joined originally we joined the revolution with my friends, but eventually the revolution was put down by the Russians, and everyone went home. Those who weren't arrested, the ones who were arrested, were mostly executed. There's a very good YouTube on the Hungarian Revolution, if anyone is interested in the history.
Can I ask you, Mr. Halas, are you able to read out paragraph 12 of your statement
Yeah.
where you describe life under Soviet rule?
Yeah. I grew up in an environment where being Jewish was not simply a faith or a culture, it was a liability, a source of danger. Showing any visible signs of Jewish identity could bring violence or arrest. I learned to conceal who I was. I learned that my identity was something to be hidden rather than celebrated. That lesson took many years to unlearn.
You decided.
You want the next
You decided when you were 17 years old that you should probably try and leave Hungary.
Yeah, I mean,
how did you try and leave the country?
almost since the end of the Second World War, my parents wanted to leave Hungary because they could see that there was just no future there, and they applied for passports, but the passports were always denied. And in the one good thing that came out of the revolution is that they picked up the mines and took down electric wires around the borders, and so people started to stream out. And one of my friends rang me and said, "We're going to leave tomorrow, do you want to come with us?" I said to my father, "I think I'd like to escape tomorrow." He said, "What took you so long?" And next morning we boarded the train, and after an hour or so on the train we decided to get off in case the police is searching the train for escapees, and we walked the rest of the way, and we walked about 120 kilometers until we reached the Austrian border. At night, we walked at night. During the day we were hiding in farmhouses and barns, and the third night I heard German voices and I realized I've made it. And really, it was probably the happiest day of my life. It was just incredible to feel that you're suddenly free, you can say what you like, and you don't have to worry about the thought police.
And then once you were in Austria, that was when you applied to come to Australia.
Yeah, well, they asked me what I wanted to do. They said 240,000 Hungarians couldn't stay in Austria, it's too small a country. And where would I like to go? And I said, look, as far as I know, I survived the war and the Holocaust and the revolution, want to get away as far as I can. And they said, well, that's Australia. No one told me about New Zealand. It took 7 months, and by ship we went from Innsbruck, Salzburg down to Genoa, and then across along the Riviera to Marseille, and an American naval boat was waiting for us. And that was one of the most wonderful trips I've ever done. It was just really beautiful. Excuse me. On the ship was not serviced by staff, was only the sailors, and so the staff was recruited from the passengers, and I became a cleaner. I earned $3 a day, so when I arrived to Sydney in June 1957, I had $90. It was a fortune in those days. Sydney was a very different city. The tallest building was 7 stories high, and on Sunday when we went for a walk, there was no cars, no trams, nothing, no cinemas open. It was dead.
And can you tell me about that June day when you arrived in Sydney?
Well,
and
it
what
was
you saw?
a beautiful sunny day. It was 22, 23 degrees, and I thought, well, if this is winter, I'm in heaven.
And when you came to Australia, you didn't speak much English?
I didn't speak English at all. My parents had some friends here, and they helped me find a room in someone's apartment, and I went to English classes. I found a job in a warehouse, shifting boxes left to right. They swore at me a lot because I didn't understand a word they were saying, but somehow I survived. I learned English. Eventually I became a salesman for clothing manufacturers, selling to shops around Sydney and the countryside. And I met my wife in 1960 on Bondi Beach, which is where we went every Sunday around the steps, and that's where I met a lot of my friends. And we met in March and got married in December 1960. She was 18 and I was 21. Her parents said it wouldn't last. But we've been married 65 years, so. We had 2 children. 63, my daughter Simone was born and Anthony was born in 1967. And now we have 6 grandchildren, 1 great-grandchild and 1 on the way. So life turned out pretty good. We worked very hard and eventually decided to start our own business and establish a swimwear business which we call Sea Folly.
And you've talked about your son having a bar mitzvah growing up and wearing Star of David, and you've said in your statement that wasn't something that required courage in Australia, and that it was simply normal life. Can you tell me about what that felt, having come from Europe?
It took a while to get used to the fact that it's not a crime to be Jewish. Starting to wear a Star of David was a big revelation. My son going to bar mitzvah lessons, and we did a road trip in Germany the year he was doing his bar mitzvah, before he did his bar mitzvah, and he was studying his bar mitzvah lessons and screaming in Hebrew out of the windows in a German hotel, and I thought, well, if he can do that, then everything has changed.
And can I ask you to read at the top of page 4 of your statement, where you say it was simply normal life?
Sorry?
Can I direct you to page 4 of your statement?
Yep.
Page 4, I think,
Yes.
at the top you're at.
At the top. You see where you've said it was simply normal life? Can you just read from there to the end of the paragraph, please?
So is it page 4?
The top of page 4.
It was a normal life, and that ordinariness was, for me, the greatest gift this country could have given. To be Jewish without fear, to be Jewish in public, to be as I often say to school children, just like any other Australian. You want me to continue?
I want to ask you about what you say to school children, and when you speak to school children, can you tell us about the work that you have done over the years with both Courage to Care and the Sydney Jewish Museum, and why you've done that work?
Courage to Care is an organisation that was started by B'nai Bris, which is a Jewish service organisation, and basically it is about teaching children what the Holocaust can do, or what Jew hatred can do to people over the years. And so we go to schools as a group. They show a movie about the Holocaust so that kids can understand the historical context, and then usually a Holocaust survivor tells his story and how he managed to survive the Holocaust and what happened to him through the Holocaust. First of all, the kids, a lot of the kids, especially when we go to country towns, have never met a Jew before, and it's a revelation for them to meet a Jew and, I have no horns and no tail, and like everyone else. And that's really is breaking down the boundaries in a big way. We tell our stories, and then someone else talks to the kids and helps them make sense of the story they just heard. So that's the Courage to Care. And like I said, we do that mostly in the countryside, and we've been to lots of country towns. And I go to the Jewish Museum do virtually the same thing, tell my story. And over the years, my wife does the same. And over the years, we must have seen several thousand kids who have learned about being Jewish from people like myself.
And you've said that as your and your wife's lives and your business fully grew, you became involved in several community organisations, both Jewish and non-Jewish. Tell me, how do you experience what you've described as the obligation to give back?
I feel very good about it. I feel that well, when I came to Australia, it was the first time that I was told you can show that you're Jewish. No one is going to prosecute you for it. Excuse me. And having seen several thousand children and talked to them about what happened to us, and my wife tells her story, which is in many ways similar to mine. And for the kids to find out that Jews are really ordinary people, just like the people they know and their families and their parents, it's quite a revelation for many. Yeah.
Commissioner, I don't want to make Mr. Halas uncomfortable by asking him about this,
You
but
can ask.
I should let the Commission know that in 2023 he was awarded his Medal of the Order of Australia for service to the community through charitable organisations, and that was with reference to his service to both Courage and Care and the Sydney Jewish Museum, but also with reference to philanthropy to organisations including the Heart Foundation, the National Breast Cancer Foundation, Moving Forward Together, Beyond Blue, the Salvation Army, the Australian Red Cross and others.
That's quite a list.
Can I ask you, Mr. Halas, please to read from paragraph 25 of your statement, which is over on page 5.
On the 7th October 2023, Hamas carried out a massacre in Israel. Over 1,200 people were murdered. Many people were taken hostage. Women and girls were subject to systematic sexual violence. It was an act of barbarism by any measure. What happened next in Australia hit our community like a physical blow. Within days of the massacre, there were celebrations in the streets of Sydney. There were chants calling for the elimination of the Jewish state. Jewish businesses were targeted. Jewish schools received threats. Jewish families were warned to remove identifying symbols from their homes. I was not prepared for this. After 66 years in Australia, after everything I believed this country stood for, I was not prepared. I found myself for the first time since childhood afraid to wear my Star of David in public. I found myself for the first time since I fled Hungary feeling that my identity was something I should hide. When we attended synagogue, there were armed guards at the door. My grandchildren at their universities needed protection. People who identified themselves as Jewish were targeted for harassment and intimidation on campuses, in workplaces, and in public spaces. Shall I continue?
I wanted to ask you about the next paragraph in your statement, and you've said there that you're unable to fully comprehend what has produced this situation, and that Jews in Australia have become targets, and that you do not understand it intellectually, but that you recognise it viscerally. Can you explain what that visceral recognition feels like?
Well, first of all, it brings back memories. For 17 years living in Hungary, I lived with anti-Semitism next to me. A lot of people I knew were friends with me on the surface, but not really friends because I was Jewish, and they didn't feel that they wanted to be friends with Jews because that's what they heard from their parents, I guess. And during communism, Being a capitalist was one thing that was bad. Being a Jew was another thing that was equally bad. There was no escape except to leave. Well, that's what we were worried about, that we'd have to do in Australia, is that if things don't improve, one day we might have to think about leaving, which is not something that I ever thought I would even dream of. Leaving is not an option in my mind, but on the other hand, I know what history had done, and I'm afraid for my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren.
And then came Bondi on the 14th
And then
of
came
December.
Bondi, which just reassured or reasserted the fact and the feelings that I had until then.
Mr.
Halas, can I ask you this? Going back before the Hamas invasion of Israel, you were living in Australia, very much your home, but was the idea of Israel as a place to which every Jew had a right to return to, was that important to you?
Yes, I didn't know anything about Israel when I left Hungary. I had absolutely no concept of it, and I learned about it while I was in Australia, and I joined some young people's movements, Zionist movements, and I found out about it. And so I think back that maybe when I was in Austria, instead of saying I want to come to Australia, if I would have known about Israel, I might have gone to Israel. And today, we think that it's a safety valve, that if things get worse here, maybe that will be the option is to go and move there. But right now, I'm fighting hard not to have those thoughts. Yeah.
And why have you chosen to come along and give your testimony to this Royal Commission?
I think that people should know what's going on. I think it's really important for people to learn that that words have consequences, and actions have consequences. And I think that I hope that the Commission will achieve what we're all hoping for, and that is that they bring in either laws to prosecute those who are full of hate, or find some other ways of combating anti-Semitism and what we're experiencing.
Including through the sorts of education that you and your wife have been doing around the country.
Sorry?
Including through the sort of education that
Yes.
you and your wife have been doing
Absolutely.
for so many years.
Yeah.
Mr. Halas, to conclude, could I ask you to read out paragraphs 37 and 38
Yeah.
of your witness statement?
And I ask that the Commission listen carefully to the Jewish community, not just to our institutions, but to the individuals, the grandchildren who were afraid to go to university, the families who removed the mezuzot from their doors, the old men like me who for the first time in decades are thinking about whether they are safe. We are like any other Australians. We are asking for nothing more than the right to live as such.
Thank you, Mr. Halas.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Halas. You're excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I note the time.
Yes.
Our next witness is Anthony Halas.
Yes.
Did the Commission...
And is that witness now available?
Yes, he's in the
Oh,
courtroom.
excellent. Yes, as I indicated, we will be sitting a little late this afternoon. Yes.
Call Anthony Halas.
swear by Almighty God that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
Could you please state your full name?
Anthony Halas.
And you have prepared a statement to the Royal Commission dated the 30th of April 2026.
I have.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, and I note that part of it will be redacted and not published, namely paragraphs 31 to 38 inclusive and the heading above paragraph 31. For the record, it's stat.8999.0042.0001R.
Yes, well, that will be received as Exhibit 1.21, and there will be a non-publication direction respecting the paragraphs to which Ms Phillips has mentioned.
Peter Halasz, who the Commission has just heard evidence from, is your father.
Yes, he is.
And your mother, Yvonne, who we've also just heard about, is also a Holocaust survivor.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have children of your own?
I have three children in their 20s.
And I've asked your father this question, but can you tell me, why have you decided to make a statement and give evidence to this Royal Commission?
Well, it's incredible to be giving this evidence straight after my father, who's told you about what went on in Hungary all those years ago. As the son of someone whose parents was born in Hungary, I'm entitled to Hungarian citizenship. Who would have ever thought I'd think that Hungary, after what we've heard, would be a safer place to live in than Australia? But I've applied for my Hungarian citizenship, not because that's what I want to do, but because if things don't improve, we'll need a plan B. We'll need somewhere else to go. So I'm here because if I can do anything to help the Commission understand where this country has gone to for Jewish Australians and what needs to happen, I will do it. I don't want to leave, I don't intend to leave, but at some point the safety of my children and my future grandchildren take priority over what I want.
Thank you. I've just received a note directed to both myself and yourself, Mr. Halas, if we can both speak up
Sure.
for the transcript, and I'll try my best as
Sure.
well. Can you tell me about your upbringing in Australia, in Sydney?
Yeah, I had a wonderful upbringing. I didn't go to Jewish schools. I went to non-Jewish schools. I had Jewish friends, and I had a lot of non-Jewish friends. We weren't particularly involved in Jewish life day to day. We had a Shabbat most weeks, but we weren't an observant family. We were very secular, and it was a wonderful childhood.
Did you experience any anti-Semitism growing up?
Really no. I mean, maybe there was a schoolyard barb here or there, but it was no different to what Europeans would get called wogs and whatever. It was no different to what anyone else would have experienced.
And you've described in your statement that during the COVID-19 pandemic, you found yourself, perhaps like many of us, spending more time online. What did you start to notice?
I was really horrified by what I saw. I saw a lot of conspiracy theories saying that the Jews were responsible for COVID, that they manufactured COVID, that Israel manufactured COVID. These were far-right conspiracy theories that actually went from the online world into the real world. There were demonstrations in Melbourne. Stickers of swastikas were being handed out in Melbourne, and that was on the far right. That was really very pervasive. And then on the left, I noticed there was a war between Israel and Hamas in 2021, and I saw on the far left, for the first time really, the equation between social good being a good person, being acquainted with recognising Zionism as a form of fascism and the delegitimisation of Israel, and the belief that if you are a Zionist, you are complicit somehow in the most terrible crimes. And so I was seeing and I think it was a real turning point. I think that thought pattern seemed to me to become really normalised post-COVID, and nothing was being done about it.
You've described it in your statement, I think, as a multi-directional attack. What do you mean by multi-directional?
Well, the left and the right. So we had that far right crazy conspiracy theory, and then we had the left anti-Zionism, genocide, apartheid, Israel, delegitimisation of Israel, and the equation of the delegitimisation with the delegitimisation of a human being who believes that Israel has the right to exist. It was a fundamental turning point in the way many people on the left came to view Jewish people.
And in your statement, you've said that the demonstration that you saw on the steps of the Sydney Opera House 2 days after October 7 chilled you to the bone. What chilled you, and what did it prompt you to do next?
Well, look, I am a child of 2 Holocaust survivors, and there is something deeply ingrained. I'm very aware, as all Jewish people are, of what went on in Europe in the 1940s, and we've seen video footage and we've seen films, and to see people behaving in the way that we saw in some of those films in Sydney in 2023 on the steps of our beloved Opera House was chilling. It was absolutely chilling. And then what was even more chilling was that nobody did anything about it. It was just allowed to happen. And it just shocked us all.
You've described it as a life-changing moment. What were you moved to do?
So I've become aware over the years that every Jewish community around the world of a significant size had independent organisations that used the law to fight anti-Semitism, and Australia didn't possess one of these types of organisations. So I created a new organisation called the Jewish Centre for Law and Justice, JCLJ, which is an independent body that aims to use the law to fight anti-Semitism.
And you referred in your statement to some recent media coverage which you've identified as seeking to undermine that organisation that you founded. What language has been used to describe the JCLJ?
Well, we've been referred to as a Zionist legal body.
And how do you view that statement or that language as something that's intended to undermine?
Well, it serves to convince people that we're not a legitimate voice. If we feel that, well, what is Zionism? Zionism is the belief that Jews have the right to a homeland in their ancestral land. And that's all Zionism is. So anybody who believes that doesn't mean we agree with the politics of Israel, of the Israeli government. It doesn't believe that we're happy about what's going on in Gaza. It doesn't mean any of that. All it means is that we believe that Israel has the right to exist. And so fundamentally what this is trying to do is to say that if you have that belief, your voice is not legitimate.
Now, I want to ask you about your role with JCLJ and what you've come to learn about its work, particularly in relation to members of the Jewish community who have been subject to anti-Semitism. What are some of the stories that you've been told?
Well, overall, a lot of the people who have suffered the most in the 2.5 years since October the 7th are too scared to sit here, too scared to put their submissions in, even though they know that there's this option for privacy. They're scared. They don't trust the system. People who have been physically threatened, people who have received death threats, people whose businesses have had to be closed down, people who have been doxxed, people who have had to leave their homes because they're no longer, their personal address has been leaked and they're no longer safe to live in their homes. They've had enough. You know, 2.5 years down the track, a lot of these people just don't have it in them to do it or to relive this now and to risk what they see might be a risk of their personal information being leaked. So they're not coming. And so the danger of that, of course, is that the Commission will hear a lot of stories, but if you're not hearing the worst of it, you know, there's a lot of people out there that would like to delegitimise the work of this Commission. And you know, I worry that if our stories aren't serious enough, that we'll be accused of exaggerating the problem, which we just aren't. So I think it's important for the Commission to understand that.
Thank you for bringing some of those stories and experiences forward so that the Commission understands that impediment. You've referred in your statement to some of your family's engagement in philanthropic work, and in particular you shared an experience at paragraph 42 of your statement relating to an exchange with a board member of an organisation that you participate in. Can you describe what happened?
One of the staff members of this particular organisation had family that were affected by the October 7th massacre, and that person was telling their story to a few board members, and I noticed, or a few of us noticed, that one of the board members was particularly unmoved and not prepared to engage in the story that this young lady was telling. So he was approached by another member of the board to say, does this not affect you? And his response was, I'm sick of white Jewish power being directed at me, or words to that effect. I didn't hear it directly, so and then he resigned from the board a few days later. And yeah.
And you founded a charity over a decade ago with your wife. What does that charity do?
The charity is called Thread Together, and it rescues brand new clothing from clothing manufacturers around Australia and redistributes it to people in need. So we do flood relief, drought relief, ex-inmates who are coming out from prison, we clothe them, a lot of domestic violence shelters. We clothe 100,000 people a year in need.
And you've referred in your statement to a campaign in 2024 that referred to Thread Together. What was that campaign?
My wife was identified as the founder of Thread Together and a Zionist, and people should not engage with Thread Together because it's a Zionist organisation.
And how did that make you and those in your family involved in the organisation feel?
Honestly, by then, we'd seen a lot by then. It was just more of the same. It's just another blow.
Mr. Halas, you've noted in your statement from paragraph 45 that Jewish people who are descendants of Holocaust survivors talk about intergenerational trauma, and that sometimes this is described as a psychological inheritance or as a heightened anxiety. How does intergenerational trauma manifest for you?
Well, there definitely is loads of neuroses and anxieties within me, like a lot of people, but really it's a real thing. It's not a goblin. It's real. This is a pattern that has existed for millennia, and for millennia there's always been these outbreaks of anti-Semitism, and each outbreak latches on to a particular belief of what the Jews are accused of. It could be killing Christ, it could be communism, it could be capitalism, it could be trying to take over the world. The incarnation is the same, it's just that the reason changes. And now the reason is Zionism. It's exactly the same thing that's happened in the past. It's just the new incarnation. It's Zionism. And it's no different to what's happened for many years. And the thing that's even more chilling is not only that it's just another outbreak, but this particular incarnation of outbreak of anti-Semitism shares a common thread with most other outbreaks of anti-Semitism, which is that there is a small minority of Jewish people who align themselves with the anti-Semitism and give validity to the anti-Semitism because, well, if a Jew is agreeing with the anti-Semitism, then it can't be anti-Semitism, and that's also happening again today. So this is all real, and this is just a repetition of millennia.
You've used the phrase pattern recognition in your statement.
That's the pattern.
And in the last paragraph of your written statement, you've identified your greatest fear if the current trajectory continues. What's that?
Well, if the current trajectory continues, this country will not be a safe place for my children or their children, and we will have to leave. But I'm a proud Australian. I love this country, and I will fight with all my might to make sure that doesn't happen. And I ask the Commission to take this issue seriously and help us achieve that outcome.
And thank you for fighting through your testimony to the Royal Commission today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halas. You're excused.
Commissioner, we now have a short video segment
Yes.
from a Holocaust survivor, Yvonne Engleman, who sadly passed away last year,
Yes.
followed by some testimony that will be led by Ms. Hager from Yvonne Engleman's son, that the
Thank you,
Commission
Ms.
will hear from.
Phillips. So will the video play now?
Yes.
Ah.
You want to know how old I am? 95. But that's only a number. I was born in Dovke, a Catholic town in Czechoslovakia. My childhood was a wonderful childhood. I was spoiled with love and attention. But unfortunately, that has all changed once the war started. I was not allowed to go to school. We had to wear the yellow Star of David. If I said hello to my friends, which I said a few days before at school, they completely ignored me. And even today, I have never forgotten that hurt. They were my friends, and suddenly I'm nobody. My parents, the business was taken away from us. The uncertainty from day to day, not knowing what will eventually happen. I can't describe it to you because you wouldn't understand what this drastic change meant to a young child. I was 11 years old. After a while, I remember there was a knock on our door around midnight, and we were told to pack an overnight bag to go to the ghetto. We arrived to the railway and we went to Berehova. It was overcrowded already, people from all over. We had no contact with the outside world whatsoever. But eventually there were selections. They selected so many people, and we were taken to the railway. When we arrived to the railway, there were cattle wagons. You all know what cattle wagons are. It's for transporting livestock. No windows, nothing. When a tin of sardines, you couldn't move. Eventually, on the third night, my father said to me, I know we are not going for a holiday. I want you to promise me something, that you survive. Well, I found that question very disturbing, but I so positively said to him, of course I survive. And I didn't realize what I did. Eventually, we arrived to our destination, called Auschwitz. Hundreds of SS standing there. We had to stand in rows. I was standing with my mom and dad and my grandmother, and my mother was holding my hand. Dr. Mengele was there with a baton. When he came to our row, he took so roughly my mother's hand away. And that was the last time I've seen them. They went, I didn't know them, but they went direct to the gas chamber. It was just that great fear, can you imagine, being separated from your parents, not knowing that you never see them again. There we had to strip our clothing. Standing naked, the SS shaved our hair, and then quite a few of us was ushered into a room which was the gas chamber, but we didn't know it was like showers. And we were locked up there all night. In the morning, they opened the door and they marched us out. The gas didn't work. Can you believe it? We had to stand in rows and put our hands on the girl's shoulder. Now, they used to count us and recount it, and if you as much as blinked an eyelid, you copped it with a baton. The cruelty is in the hatred. I mean, I spoke German, so I understood what they were saying. You verfluchte Jude. The hatred. You have no idea. No idea. Whilst working there, you could hear children coughing, choking from the gas, and burning of the human flesh. And also, with the great fear that maybe you'll be the next victim. They can do anything to you, but they cannot break your spirit. They never succeeded to break my spirit, because I had a promise which I wanted to fulfill. Promise to my dad that I will survive, and I did. I have 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. I have got 7 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. And I have got 17 great-grandchildren. An only child, an only survivor. I am the victor. I survived. I have 4 generations. And I had an opportunity which Australia gave us to start a new life. I will never forget it, and put some roots down and try to regain faith and human nature. I am definitely not a hero. I'm a very humble person, that I have got the ability still at my young age to contribute to this world, tell the young people what it really was, which no book can do. There was the 75th anniversary of liberation of Auschwitz, which was the 27th of January after. I was invited by the Shaw Foundation as a survivor, so all of my 3 kids came, their spouses and 2 of my grandsons. So when I stood there in Auschwitz, I said to myself, well, Hitler, you have definitely not achieved what you set out. I'm here with my children, my family, and I have survived.
.0001.0001.0110, and I tender that video.
Yes, well, the video will be Exhibit 1.22.
And now, finally, I will call Dr. Jeffrey Engelman, who is Yvonne's son. He will appear via AVL, and his video is not to be shown on the live stream.
Yes, very well.
Audio can, however, be shown.
Will you be giving an oath or an affirmation? Will you be giving an oath or an affirmation?
Sorry, it's very hard for me to hear you properly.
Will you be giving an oath or an affirmation?
An oath is fine.
An oath? Do you, do you swear by
Yeah.
Almighty God that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Dr. Engelman, my name is Zelly Hager. I'm one of the counsel assisting the Royal Commission. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, and thank you very much for allowing me to do this by ABL. That is very much appreciated.
Not a problem. So, for the record, your name is Jeffrey Engelman, correct?
Yes, it is. Jeffrey Lionel Engelman, that's me.
And you prepared a statement for the Commission dated 1 May 2026.
I did.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Absolutely.
I tender that statement for the record. It's stat.899.0049.0052.
The statement will be Exhibit 1.23.
Now, Dr. Engelman, we've all just had the privilege of watching the video of your mother, Yvonne, speak so powerfully. Your father was also interned at Auschwitz, is that right?
That's correct. Both my parents were survivors and came to Australia after that.
And almost all of their respective parents, siblings and extended families were murdered in the Holocaust, is that right?
Correct. My father lost a number of siblings, but his father, his stepmother, my mother lost her parents, grandmother, and whole extended families, aunties and uncles, excuse me.
And they met each other after the war and then arrived in Australia in about 1948?
They met in Friedland, Czechoslovakia, where my father fell in love with my mother. They had opportunities, at least my mother, to go to America, but they decided to stay together, and they came separately to Australia on different transports, but they arrived in Australia at 48 and were the first married couple of Holocaust survivors in Australia in May 1949.
And you say they worked hard and learnt English, and they chose not to speak in their native language at home. Why was that?
My parents they spoke, I think, 5 or 6 languages fairly well, but they chose to speak English to us. So we would A, so they could practice their English, B, so they could be more integrated into the Australian society, which they felt very strongly about. And they wanted us to be Australian. They wanted us to speak English. And to my detriment, I only speak one language, which is English.
And you say they were immensely proud new Australians who appreciated the second chance Australia offered them.
They integrated very carefully into society. They had a lot of non-Jewish friends as well as their Jewish friends. They never forgot their Jewish background, but they wanted to be Australian. And they felt very proudly to be Australian, as I think you would have heard on my mother's testimony. She was a very proud Australian, as was my father. And they wanted their 3 children, myself and my brother and my sister, to feel the same way, which we do. We feel very proudly Australian.
And they were both involved in the establishment of the Australian Jewish Holocaust Association, the Australian Jewish Museum, and Kingsford Maroubra Hebrew Congregation.
My father and 2 of his friends set up the Australian Association of Jewish Holocaust Survivors and then Descendants. They were instrumental in the establishment and the genesis of the Sydney Jewish Museum, of which both my father was the president of the Australian Jewish Holocaust Survivors. They were both active members of Maroubra Synagogue, where my father was president on 2 separate occasions and also helped to establish the Mount Sinai College, which is associated with Kingsford Maroubra Hebrew Congregation.
And your mother, of course, worked as a living historian at the Sydney Jewish Museum. Can you tell us a bit about what she did there?
Mum was someone so she was a living historian, as you said. She worked there for nearly, I think, 30 years. She spoke to more than 100,000 students, policemen, tourists, parliamentarians, whoever wished to come and hear her story. She told them. She was very involved and very determined to get her story across. She didn't want people to forget. Her biggest concern in life, and I suppose with a lot of Jewish people, is that we should not forget what happened in the past. And therefore, the Jewish Museum gave her an opportunity to tell her story. She didn't tell it in a way that was, woe is me. She told it as a matter of fact. She told it to explain to people what can happen when evil exists and when people don't listen and when people don't want to acknowledge what has happened. And that was her raison d'être. It was her reason for living. And she really, until she died at 97, and literally 2 weeks before she died, she was still educating students.
That's incredible.
It was. And she was a very little lady, if you ever met her. She really was a very small lady, but very big in stature.
You say that she never felt any significant anti-Semitism or concerns about the welfare of the Jewish community until October 7. Can you tell us how she reacted to that event and the events that followed?
My mother was not naive. My mother recognised that there was generally anti-Semitism of that, underneath. It wasn't sort of rearing its ugly head. After October 7, she saw she saw hatred, she saw vitriol, she saw people attacking the Jewish people and also the state of Israel without any provocation. And from there, she became much more concerned about not her welfare, because she was already an elderly woman by this stage, but it was more about the welfare of her children, her grandchildren, and the wider community. She could not understand how Australia, who had given her a second chance, and given a lot of people, not just Jewish people, but lots of refugees came to Australia, gave lots of people second chances, how this could happen, how the politicians could stand there in silence and not silence what was going on, not stand up for what was wrong. And so she felt very concerned. And unfortunately, being a Holocaust survivor triggered a lot of past experiences. And look, she often had nightmares in her life because it's something that you don't forget, but this provoked many more nightmares. She had many sleepless nights. We tried to, as a family, to shield her from what was happening on the TVs, what was happening around the corner. But she was a very bright lady and she interacted with people. She knew, she saw. And that's why she was very vocal in her testimony at the museum. That was her way of trying to change history by making sure that people understood, to educate, and therefore to not be a bystander, which was one of her catchphrases.
And then you talk a little about your own experiences of anti-Semitism, and you say that in your upbringing, while you'd been aware of it, you'd previously accepted that it was just background noise. What do you mean by that?
I went to a non-Jewish school. I went to Sydney Boys High, then went to university, and there was also always a Jewish joke or some sort of trope against Jewish people about being, you know, I don't want to repeat them because it's not necessary, but I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about. And you tended to accept it. You sort of just let it brush over you because you have to pick your fights a little bit. But as a general principle, I was not really exposed to any serious anti-Semitism growing up. I can't say that's not, and still to today, I still feel very blessed to live in this country, but I recognise now and see that there is, as I say, there's the genie is out of the bag. There is a lot more open anti-Semitism, open vitriol, open short-sightedness of what who I am, and I don't like that.
And you talk about becoming hyper-vigilant to your surrounds. How does that manifest for you?
Well, it's been years. So our children went to a Jewish day school. It was the norm to have guards outside the school, and I did the communal support, doing my duty, once a month at the school to make sure that the kids were safe. And it became the norm. It was not something that deep down, I really felt that there was major concerns in Australia. And even at the synagogues, there were always guards outside. But after October 7, that changed. I recognised, unfortunately to my disbelief, that we were potentially at risk, given all the graffiti, the arson attacks, educated people saying very silly things on the media. You recognise that we were vulnerable. People were being doxxed. Friends of mine were doxxed. I became more heightened to who I was, where before I felt very Australian, very proud, and people accepted me for who I was. Now all of a sudden, my Jewishness had become much more of something that I had to recognise was that I needed to be careful.
You currently practice as a specialist gastroenterologist, is that right?
Exactly, yep.
Yep. And you are also co-founder and current inaugural chair of Community Health Support. Can you tell us about that organisation and its work?
This is something I'm very proud about. This is a not-for-profit emergency medical response which operates primarily in the eastern suburbs. It was set up because we felt that there was a need in the Jewish community, but also in the wider community. So it's a non-denominational charity which works initially started with first aid education, going to our synagogues and making sure we were prepared that they were prepared, God forbid, if something happened in first aid incident, and then also with if there were functions of a certain number of people, that we were there as first aid, like St. John's. It then grew more to first aid responding, so we go out to people's homes, and we're often there before the ambulance service. We can administer first aid, and we can help that patient be ready for, escalated if it then requires ambulance or further medical attention. We have now about 120 volunteers. We service a very large area, and as I said, we don't ask if people are Jewish or not. It's a community service, but to be fair, most of the people that use us at this point in time are Jewish community, and the funding has been completely through philanthropy and some government grants.
And since October 7, have you noticed a change to CHS's focus areas?
Two parts to that question. We recognised when we first began that there may be a need for preparation if, God forbid, there was something more serious happened in the community. After October 7, we realised that there well may be a mass casualty incident and we needed to be prepared. So part of our brief and part of our training was to train for a mass casualty incident. And unfortunately, that came true, and I won't talk too much about December 14, but obviously December 14, CHS was very actively involved in helping the community and helping our ambulance service, who we have a very strong relationship with. Post December 14, our community required more of us. They were obviously concerned about how they were going to be treated. After the Bankstown nurse debacle, people threatening Jewish patients, people were scared. People were scared to know if they went to one of our public hospitals, were they going to be treated fairly? So we were like a buffer. We could look at them and say to them, no, it's safe to go there. Obviously, our hospitals are a safe place. They recognise, they don't worry about your religion. It's more about your health care rather than your religious background. But they needed us, and more of that happened, and particularly with the Holocaust survivors.
And so have you seen an increased demand for first aid and emergency response training since then?
Yes, our numbers are going up, our volunteers are going up, and the need for us, and our incident numbers have increased incrementally since December 14.
And you have also talked in your statement about expanding and training additional volunteer response teams. What does that involve?
That involves two. So we have a very robust training system, because obviously if we are going out to the public, we need to make sure that all our dues and processes are correct, that we are proficient in what we do, proficient in first aid, proficient in screening, triaging. With that comes a lot of training and a lot of expertise. After December 14, we also recognise that with the mass casualty incident that occurred, that we need to change some of our processes. In fact, we recently published a paper in the Medical Journal of Australia of our experiences and how we are going forward, the different techniques or ways that we can empower our volunteers to be more helpful on that day. God forbid if that happens again.
And you've mentioned that since October 7, you've become aware of a broader adverse impact on mental health and well-being. Do you mean specifically within the Jewish community, and what does that look like?
I suppose I can only speak about the Jewish community in this context, but we do not specifically look after mental health, but we are getting a lot of calls about mental health and then redirecting to the appropriate places. So there's definitely been an increase inquiry and inquiry regarding people's mental health and how to manage that, what services are available. Therefore, we are exposed to what's happening because people speak to us, but we do not treat that specifically. We can only refer on. But even within our own group, the people that have been involved in December 14 and afterwards, people are scared. People are worried about what might happen to them.
And CHS was also involved in responding to the attack at Bondi, is that right?
That's exactly right. We had 20 volunteers down there within the first 10 minutes. We were side by side with the ambulance and with also the people on site that were helping, and we provided a service which we've been acknowledged by the ambulance that if we weren't there, more lives would have been lost.
And would you say that that attack has resulted in a shift in CHS's focus again, or the acceleration of certain areas of focus?
I think it's side by side. We are obviously preparing and making sure that we are prepared if something like this were to happen again. Make sure that the way we respond, the way our responders respond, making sure that they have the right gear on them rather than a central position. So in the past, you would have a central position where you may keep 10 mass casualty incidents packs. Now we're thinking that they should be more in people's cars, so you don't have to go back to a central position. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is we also have to look after the community. So it's not just about a mass casualty incident, it's more about being prepared for that, but at the same time preparing our volunteers that A, if that happens, and B, to make sure that we service the needs of the community, which we are doing.
Dr. Engelman, thank you for attending to give your evidence today. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you very much, and once again, thank you for the privilege of speaking in front of you and for you allowing me to do it via audio-visual link. It's very much appreciated.
Well, thank you, Dr. Engelman. I've got it on the third attempt, Doctor. It is appreciated that you were prepared to give your evidence late in the afternoon after a full day's work. Much appreciated. Thank you, and you are excused.
Thank you very much.
Well, the Commission will now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.